honorary professor at IIM, IISc and IIAS, a member of the governing body of AIIMS Patna, a member of the board of management of Rajasthan University of Health Sciences, the chairman of the House Zone Task Force National TB Elimination Program in India. Also past president of the Indian Chess Society, National College of Chess Physicians, Indian College of Allergy, Asthma and Applied Immunology, Medical Science, Indian Science Founders Association. He figures on the icon of India 2022 of India. He's also figured in the top 75 heroes on different sections of the society, listed in the 75th anniversary of 2023. Also figured as top 30 pioneers in healthcare by output in 2011. I invite you, sir.
पीछे बैठना सबको अच्छा लगता है, इतने भी ज्यादा पीछे नहीं, कुछ ज्यादा पीछे रहते हैं कृपया आगे आना है जी। एक बार इनकी जोरदार तालियां, इन्होंने बहुत जल्दी मेरी बात सुनी बीच में। दोस्तों, तारीख थी 17 अक्टूबर 1985। एक युवा चिकित्सक जिसने बिल्कुल ताजा एमबीबीएस पास किया था, लेकिन आगे करना क्या है लक्ष्य बहुत स्पष्ट था। एक छोटी सी क्लिनिक शुरू करते हैं हमारे ये युवा चिकित्सक, जो आगे चल के एक शेखर हॉस्पिटल, एक बड़े कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल में बदल जाता है उसका नाम। और लखनऊ में उस समय तक कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल का कोई सिस्टम नहीं था, कोई जानता भी नहीं था कि कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल किसको कहते हैं। उसके बाद वो एक ड्यू रखते हैं मेडिकल कॉलेज की, जिसका नाम है हिंद मेडिकल कॉलेज, जिसके आज इस खूबसूरत ऑडिटोरियम में हम और आप बैठे हुए हैं। फिर उनको साथ मिलता है डॉक्टर ऋचा का, और ये ताकत उनकी आगे बढ़ने की रोकनी नहीं, बहुत ज्यादा उनकी बढ़ जाती है। और फिर एक और मेडिकल कॉलेज बनता है इसी नाम से, वो सीतापुर। जी हाँ, मैं बात कर रहा हूं हिंद मेडिकल कॉलेज के चेयरमैन डॉक्टर अमोल कुमार सत्ता जी। आप भाग्यशाली है, हमारी भाग्यशाली है, गौरवशाली है कि ऐसे मुखिया, ऐसे पैटर्न का हमें मेंटरशिप मिली हुई है, कस्टोडियनशिप मिली हुई है, गार्डियनशिप मिली हुई है। कोई संस्थान बनाता है तो बहुत एनर्जी लगती है, बहुत रिसोर्सेज लगते हैं, लेकिन कई संस्थान जब बन जाते हैं तो फिर वो संस्थान नहीं रह जाते हैं, वो व्यक्ति ही अपने आप में एक संस्था बन जाता है। तो ऐसा ही नाम है हमारे वरिष्ठ के एजेंसी से ही हमारे सीनियर डॉक्टर ए वी सना, जिन्होंने बिना एमबीए किए, कोई एमबीए नहीं किया, बिना किसी मैनेजमेंट की ट्रेनिंग किए, और वो करके दिखा गया है, जिसके लिए डॉक्टर्स जाते हैं। डॉक्टर्स के बारे में कहा जाता है कि उनको एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्किल्स, मैनेजरियल स्किल्स बड़ी कमजोर होती हैं, और ये झूठ साबित किया है डॉक्टर सना ने। हमारे एक और किंग्स मेडिकल कॉलेज के वरिष्ठ प्रोफेसर सुदीप मा साहब बैठे हुए हैं, बहुत ही वरिष्ठ रहे हैं। आगरा में आपने सुना होगा कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक साइकियाट्री का हॉस्पिटल है, वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड हॉस्पिटल, उसके कई साल डायरेक्टर है, और आप सभी का सौभाग्य है कि वो आपको प्रिंसिपल मिले हुए हैं। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि उनकी डायरेक्टरशिप में आगरा के उस मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल में एंड उस इंस्टीट्यूट ने बहुत ऊंचाइयां हासिल की। आपको जान के ताज्जुब होगा कि एमडी वहां पर डिग्री होती है, और इंडिया की भी दुनिया में उसको एक बड़े साइकियाट्री इंस्टीट्यूट के रूप में जाना जाता है। तो दूसरे को क्या है जिनकी पैटर्नशिप आपको मिली हुई है, आप सब बड़े सौभाग्यशाली हैं। हमारे बीच में किंग मेडिकल कॉलेज की हमारी टीचर रही, हमारी गुरु, हम सबकी गुरु प्रोफेसर सुनीता तिवारी जी बैठे हुए हैं। में कार्यरत हैं। और आज की स्टार मैं तो भूल ही गया, हमारे बगल में ये मेरी छोटी बैठी हुई है डॉक्टर शिवानी श्वेता और ये डॉक्टर श्वेता जो है वो इन्होंने किंग मेडिकल कॉलेज से ही एमडी किया हुआ है। सुनीता तिवारी जी और डॉक्टर नसीब वर्मा जी की शिष्य रही हैं और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बहुत अच्छी ओरेटर है और आई हैव पर्सनली रियलाइज्ड हर ओरेटर स्किल्स when last few days back I organized a program on sleep medicine and she was the faculty at my department at respiratory medicine King George Medical University Lucknow. So I am very well aware of her teaching skill and oral skill and now today I am experiencing her organizational skills. दोस्तों अभी सचान सर ने और प्रिंसिपल सर ने स्लीप के बारे में बताया। देखिए हमारे जीवन में कुछ चीजें बहुत जरूरी हैं। जिंदा रहने के लिए सांस जरूरी है। हमारे जीवन की शुरुआत होती है पहली सांस से और अंत होता है अंतिम सांस से। सौभाग्य कह लीजिए दुर्भाग्य में सांसों का डॉक्टर हूं। आई एम हेडिंग द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ रेस्पिरेटरी मेडिसिन और लंग मेडिसिन। हमें दूसरी आवश्यकता जो पड़ती है जिंदगी में जीने के लिए वो पानी की जब आवश्यकता पड़ती है शुद्ध पानी की। तीसरी आवश्यकता पड़ती है हमें भोजन की और चौथी आवश्यकता जो पड़ती है वो नॉर्मल स्लीप की। क्यों जरूरी है स्लीप? दिन भर हम एक्टिविटी करते हैं तो बहुत सारी छोटी छोटी माइनर सेलुलर एंड टिश्यू लेवल पे इंजरीज होती रहती हैं और ये स्लीप जो है वो केवल एक स्लीप स्टेज नहीं है, रात भर ये एक वर्कशॉप करती है और इस वर्कशॉप में उन सेलुलर एंड टिश्यू इंजरीज को रिपेयर किया जाता है एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी रिक्वायर स्लीप, जिससे कि आप अगले दिन फिर ताजा तरीन हो सके, नॉर्मल हो सके और हम एक्टिविटी कर सके। So you cannot have a normal routine life, normal activity on the next day if you are not having the proper sleep. इसलिए नींद बहुत जरूरी है और इसीलिए बच्चा पैदा हुआ तो उसको 18 घंटे की नींद चाहिए और जब आप बुढ़ापा में पहुंच गए तो 6 घंटे की नींद चाहिए। तो 6 घंटे से लेकर 18 घंटे का जो लाइफ स्पैन है नींद का वो उम्र के विभिन्न पड़ाव पर जरूरी होता है और इसीलिए एक बहुत बड़ा एक हेल्थ का सेक्टर बन गया है ये स्लीप मेडिसिन। एंड इट्स नॉट ए स्लीप मेडिसिन इज नॉट ए सिंगल सिस्टम डिसऑर्डर। स्लीप की जो स्पेशलाइजेशन है अभी पूरे वर्कशॉप में हमारे बड़े अच्छे ओरेटर बैठे हैं आपके बीच डॉक्टर ए के सिंह चंदन हॉस्पिटल से छोटे भाई हैं ये भी, तो ए के सिंह और श्वेता दोनों मिलकर आपको दिन भर बताएंगे स्लीप के विभिन्न आयामों में। लेकिन हाँ, आप में से एमबीबीएस कितने हैं जरा हाथ उठाएं। एमबीबीएस अरे मेरे से उठाओ नंबर समझा सर शर्मा जो हिंद मेडिकल कॉलेज के प्राउड एमबीबीएस स्टूडेंट भाई, आपने 400 से ऊपर नंबर पाए हैं नीट यूजी में, कब मिला है मेडिकल कॉलेज से? थोड़ी मिला है। ठीक, अब दोनों हाथ जोड़ के ताली बजा दिए अपने लिए। आप से दोस्त से स्टूडेंट कितने हैं किसी भी स्पेशलिटी की हो हमारे कुछ मेडिकल कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी से भी आए हैं। देखिए आपको गर्व होना चाहिए कि हिंद मेडिकल कॉलेज के किसी टीचिंग इवेंट में, लर्निंग इवेंट में आपके स्टूडेंट हमारे किंग जॉर्ज मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट हैं, क्योंकि लिंक बहुत तगड़ा है। आपके जो फाउंडर हैं वो केजीएमसी के प्रोडक्ट हैं, तो ये हम कह सकते हैं कि ये इंस्टीट्यूट किंग जॉर्ज मेडिकल कॉलेज के वट वृक्ष की ही एक शाखा है। और हमारे बहुत सारे फैकल्टी में मैं डॉक्टर डी विश्वास साहब को देख रहा हूँ और बहुत सारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं उनको मैं देख पा रहा हूँ। दोस्तों एमबीबीएस जब आप करते हैं तो फर्स्ट ईयर में एक बड़ा वो रहता है कि यार ये अपनी फिजियोलॉजी बायोकेमिस्ट्री पढ़ने वाली जल्दी से हमको बीमारी के बारे में पढ़ाया जाए। लगता है नहीं लगता है? कितने एमबीबीएस स्टूडेंट को फर्स्ट ईयर में ऐसा लगता था कि जल्दी से हम कुछ बीमारी को जाने, कुछ डायग्नोसिस बनाना तो जाने। जितने लोगों को ऐसा फर्स्ट ईयर लगता था कृपया हाथ खड़े करें। लगता था, हमें भी लगता था। तो ये दर्द आपका, अब तुम्हारा दर्द है, मेरा कई साल पहले दर्द था, तो ये दर्द थोड़ा सा हम हल्का करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अगले 3 मिनट के अंदर हम आपको बना देते हैं स्लीप का एक बेसिक एक्सपर्ट। बनने को तैयार हैं? कितने लोग स्लीप के एक्सपर्ट बनने को तैयार हैं? एक्सपर्ट नहीं, थोड़ा मतलब सेंसाइजर टाइप का, ठीक है। इतना बना देते हैं कि जब आप लूडो बॉल या पलेशियो बॉल मिलाएं तो 10 मीटर की दूरी पे कहें कि यार ये आदमी खर्राटे रात में लेता होगा और हो सकता है इसको ऑब्सेसिव स्लीप एपनिया की प्रॉब्लम हो। इतना एक्सपर्ट बनना चाहते हैं आप? तो तैयार रहिए, सुनिए। जब आप किसी मॉल में पहुंचे या कहीं हजरतगंज में टहल रहे हैं या बाहर हैं, कहीं भी हैं, और आप दूर से देखिए, पहली चीज देखिए कि क्या वो व्यक्ति मोटा है। क्या देखेंगे? मोटा है। अब मोटा मतलब आप पहचान लेते हैं, ठीक। ओवरऑल फिगर से आपने जज कर लिया कि ये आदमी मोटा दिख रहा है। दूसरी चीज क्या देखेंगे? इस आदमी की गर्दन कैसी है। अब आप जाइए साइड में चले जाइए तो सुराहीदार पता नहीं कौन कौन दार गर्दन डिस्क्राइब की गई है, वो इसलिए डिस्क्राइब की गई है कि आइडियल गर्दन बड़ी होती है। लेकिन आपको गर्दन दिखेगी नहीं कई लोगों को, या दिखेगी तो बहुत छोटी दिखेगी शॉर्ट में, और आपको बहुत भारी गर्दन दिखेगी। तो पहला पॉइंट हो गया कि मोटापा है नहीं, और दूसरा फिर फोकस करिए गर्दन पर। अब इसकी थेरेपी के लिए कोई टैक्स नहीं है, किसी को दूसरा उसमें ऑब्जेक्शन भी नहीं करेगा मेरी गर्दन क्यों उतार रहे हो, ऐसा कोई कहेगा नहीं। तो गर्दन कैसी होगी? उसकी छोटी होगी और चौड़ी होगी। अब इसी को टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में बात करें तो कह लेते हैं कि जिसके शर्ट का कॉलर का साइज 42 से ज्यादा है, समझ लो वो किधर बढ़ रहा है, उठना की ओर बढ़ रहा है। याद रहेगा शर्ट का। अब आप सब लोग पहनते हैं शर्ट 36 या 34 की, कितने की पहनते हैं? ज्यादातर कितने नंबर की पहनते हैं? कौन से साइज की? 34 या 36 की पहनते हैं। तो आप निश्चित रहिए आपको न खर्राटे हैं और सक्सेस की पहनते हैं। तो जिनका 42 से बड़ा साइज ज्यादा है, अब बड़ा साइज तो आप नाप नहीं लेंगे, हमने कोई भी करके बता दिया कि गर्दन इतनी छोटी है और चौड़ी है। तीसरा फिर क्या देखेंगे? तीसरा चिन देखेंगे, थोड़ी देखेंगे। तो उस थोड़ी में क्या देखेंगे कि क्या वो अंदर की तरफ धसी हुई है, यानी रेट्रोग्रेडिया है, या छोटी है यानी माइक्रोग्रेडिया है। दो तो अर्थ में पाए हुए शब्द आपने। तो छोटी रेट्रोग्रेडिया है माइक्रो, तो आपने कितनी चीजें देखी? मोटा है कि नहीं, गर्दन छोटी या मोटी है, और तीसरा आपने चिन्ह देखी कि रेट्रोग्रेडिया माइक्रोग्रेडिया है। सिर्फ आपने 3 चीजें देखी, देख रहे हैं तीनों? अगर ये तीनों में से एक भी चीज मौजूद है तो आप उसको कह सकते हैं कि इसको रात को खर्राटे आते होंगे। तो खर्राटे की डायग्नोसिस बनाने के लिए आपको कौन सी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जरूरत है या नहीं? अरे खर्राटे के लिए किसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जरूरत नहीं है। दूर से देखिए और जान लीजिए कि ये आदमी को खर्राटे हैं। आवाज से प्रैक्टिस करिए, आप आगे से प्रैक्टिस करिए और जहां जाइए नजर ऐसी लेके जाइए, क्या इस आदमी को खर्राटे आते होंगे या नहीं आते होंगे। और आप तीनों चीजें देख लीजिए। देखना क्या है? मोटापा देखना है, गर्दन देखनी है, थोड़ी देखनी है, देख लेंगे कि नहीं देखेंगे? पहचान लेंगे इस आदमी को खर्राटे आते होंगे। अब खर्राटे तो हमारे समाज में कहा जाता है, कोई खर्राटे लेके सो रहा हो तो कहते हैं ये तो घोड़े बेच के सो रहा है। पता नहीं घोड़े बेचने से वो खर्राटे का क्या संबंध है, आज तक समझ नहीं आया। पिछले 20 साल से ज्यादा हो गया है खर्राटे पर रिसर्च करते हुए। अब गांव में तो हमारे देश में अगर कोई खर्राटे लगा के सो रहा है, आप जैसे ट्रेन में कोई यात्रा करिए, और ट्रेन में जब आप यात्रा करेंगे तो आप पाएंगे कि रात में हर तीसरी बर्थ पर खर्राटे आ रहे हैं। आप किसी दिन रात के 2 बजे उठिए, अक्सर 1 बजे तक लोग सोते हैं, 2 बजे उठिए और आप पाएंगे कि हर तीसरे व्यक्ति को खर्राटे आ रहे हैं। और जब खर्राटे मार के कोई सो रहा होता है तो कहता ये भाई बड़ा मस्त आदमी है, घोड़े बेच के सो रहा है। घोड़े बेच के नहीं सो रहा है, वो खर्राटे नहीं ले रहा है, वो धीरे धीरे बहुत सारी बीमारियों की ओर बढ़ रहा है। इसीलिए खर्राटों को आप समझिए कि ये विभिन्न बीमारियों का अलार्म है। खर्राटे अगर लंबे समय तक आएंगे, हमारे देश में 30 साल से ऊपर के जो अडल्ट हैं उनमें से 4%, 40%, आप सोचिए लगभग हर दूसरा 40% लोगों को खर्राटे आते हैं 30 साल से ऊपर के लोग। मैंने 30 साल से कम को नहीं कहा। More than 20 years adults, around 40% of them they are snorer. अब इनमें से ये जो 40% का चंक है, इनमें से करीब 4% को ये बीमारी हो जाती है जिसका नाम है ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया। क्या होती है ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया, उसके बारे में भी आपको 2 मिनट में 1 मिनट में एक्सपर्ट बना देते हैं। नाम है ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव। ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन का मतलब क्या होता है हिंदी में? रुकावट, यानी कि रुकावट है। स्लीप, स्लीप का मतलब सोने के दौरान रुकावट है। एपनिया, ए मींस नहीं और एपनिया मींस नो ब्रीथिंग। एपनिया मींस नो ब्रीथिंग। तो नींद के दौरान ऐसा कौन सी रुकावट हो जाती है जिससे कि सांस ही नहीं ले पाता है आदमी, इसी को कहा गया ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया। तो हमारे रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम में आपने पढ़ा होगा एक अपर एयरवे होता है, एक लोअर एयरवे होता है। दोनों के बीच में ऐसी क्या चीज होती है आर्टरी लाइन जिसको डिवाइड करने पर अपर एयरवे लोअर एयरवे हो जाता है? कौन सी लाइन होती है आर्टरी लाइन? क्रिकॉइड कार्टिलेज। क्रिकॉइड कार्टिलेज के ऊपर का हिस्सा नाक से लेके हम कहते हैं कि रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम एक्सटर्नल एयर एलाई, ये नाक की मसल्स होती है, एंड गोज अप टू एलवाई। ये है रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम। इसकी पूरी क्या है? स्टार्ट फ्रॉम एक्सटर्नल एयर एलाई एंड गोज अप टू एलवाई। यही है। बीच में जो एक आर्टरी लाइन है मसल कार्टिलेज से, उसके ऊपर अपर एयर रेस्पिरेटरी एयरवे है, नीचे लोअर रेस्पिरेटरी एयरवे है। अगर रुकावट लोअर एयरवेज में आती है तो 2 बीमारियों का जन्म होता है, उनका नाम है एस्थमा और सीओपीडी। अगर रुकावट क्रिकॉइड कार्टिलेज के ऊपर आती है तो एक बीमारी का जन्म होता है, उसका नाम है ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया। आपके समझ में आ गया? तो ये हमारा फिर संबंध हम उसी बात क्यों कर रहे थे, ओबेसिटी की, माइक्रोग्लेसिया की, रेटोग्लेसिया की और शॉर्ट नेक की क्यों बात कर रहे थे? वो इसलिए कर रहे थे क्योंकि ओबेसिटी होती है तो अपर एयरवे यानी जो हमारा नेसोफेरिंक्स है उसके चारों ओर फैट जमा हो जाता है। शरीर में फैट है तो हर जगह जमा होगा, तो ये नेसोफेरिंक्स के चारों ओर भी जमा हो जाता है। और रात में जब आप सोते हैं तो फिजियोलॉजी की बात है, हमारी जितनी मसल्स हैं वो सब रिलैक्सेशन फेज में चली जाती है, कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्शन फेज में नहीं रहती है। तो हमारी वेरिएबल मसल्स भी रिलैक्स कर जाती हैं और वो हमारे जो सांस का ऊपरी हिस्से का मार्ग है उसमें रुकावट पैदा कर देती है, इसलिए इसका नाम है ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया। और आप कहेंगे कि फिर इसमें खराबी क्यों आते हैं रुकावट के कारण? तो बहुत छोटा सा उदाहरण देकर मैं आपको समझाता हूं कि किसी हॉलो ट्यूब में आप फूंकिए तो कुछ नहीं होगा, सिर्फ फूंक जाएगी। लेकिन बांसुरी में फूंकिए तो क्या होगा भाई? जब आप बांसुरी में फूंकिए तो क्या होता है? अरे भाई इतना छोटा क्वेश्चन बताइए भाई। आवाज आती है, म्यूजिकल आवाज आती है। तो खर्राटे क्या है? म्यूजिकल और साउंड भी तो है। बांसुरी में क्या होता है? बांसुरी में जब आप फूंकते हैं तो सिंपल पाइप नहीं होता, बीच में एक रुकावट होती है। देखिए आप बहुत से आदमी बांसुरी देखते हैं यूट्यूब पे और उसको देखिए बीच में जैसे आप जहां से बात शुरू करते हैं उसके थोड़ी देर बाद वहां पे एक रुकावट होती है। उस रुकावट के कारण म्यूजिकल साउंड पैदा होती है। इसीलिए सांस के ऊपरी हिस्से में जो रुकावट होती है तो म्यूजिकल साउंड पैदा होती है, जिनको हम स्नोरिंग या खर्राटे कहते हैं। आप सांस ले कहां से रहे हैं? इसी नाक से सांस ले रहे हैं। तो नाक की हड्डी टेढ़ी होगी, नाक में कोई और रुकावट होगी, जो हमारी जीभ है अगर वो बहुत भारी होगी, या हमारा जो तालु है सॉफ्ट पैर या हार्ड पैर वो बहुत नीचे होगा, जिसको हमारे पर से एग्जाम कर देते हैं, वो नीचे होगा, या फैट ज्यादा जमा होगा फेरिंजियल मसल्स के अराउंड, तो ये सब क्या करेंगे? जब रिलैक्स होगी मसल्स तो रात में सोते समय खर्राटों की आवाज आएगी। और चूंकि रुकावट हो चुकी है, सांस हम नाक से ले रहे हैं, तो रुकावट कहीं भी हो जाए, आपके बाथरूम की नाली चोट हो जाए तो क्या होता है? पानी ब्लॉक हो जाता है, नहीं हो जाता है। अगर आपकी सांस के मार्ग में रुकावट आ जाएगी तो किसमें दिक्कत आएगी? सांस लेने में दिक्कत आएगी। ऑक्सीजन का जो फ्लो है, जो एयर का फ्लो है, जो अंदर एल्वेलाई में जा रहा है और फिर आपकी ऑक्सीजन पूरी बॉडी में सप्लाई हो रही है वहां से सर्कुलेटरी सिस्टम के थ्रू, उसमें रुकावट आएगी और ऑक्सीजन की कमी हो जाएगी। और अगर ज्यादा रुकावट, थोड़ी रुकावट हुई, 50% अगर आपका एयर ब्लॉक हुआ और 50% एयर फ्लो रुक गया तो उसको हम हाइपोक्सिया कहते हैं, और कंप्लीट हो गया तो उसको एपनिया कहते हैं। सेसेशन ऑफ एयर, सेसेशन ऑफ ब्रीथिंग फॉर एटलीस्ट 10 सेकंड इज कॉल्ड एपनिया। खराबी के मरीज को रात भर ऐसे ही सांस बंद होती रहती है, फिर अराउजल घबरा के उठ जाता है, अराउजल होता रहता है, फिर सांस बंद होती है, रात भर वो किसी से लड़ता रहता है। लोग कह रहे हैं कि खराबी बेच के सुना है, बड़े बेच के सुना है, लेकिन उसको रात भर सांस नहीं आती है। इसलिए सोए लोग उठेगा तो कहेगा सोए को हम 10 घंटे और लेकिन साउथ स्लीप नहीं है, क्योंकि उसकी साइकिल स्लीप साइकिल अभी जो सर बता रहे थे कि क्रोनोलॉजी की जो बात कर रहे थे, क्रोनोमेट्री की जो सर बात कर रहे थे सचान सर, तो रात में आपकी स्लीप डिस्टर्ब रहेगी तो क्या होगा, फिर सुबह से उसको हेडेक होगा और दिन भर वो जहां बैठेगा उसको नींद आती रहेगी। तो एक चौथा हम और बता दें, अगर किसी ऑफिस में आप जाएं या कहीं भी जाएं और एक आदमी बाहर कुर्सी पर बैठा हुआ सो रहा है, तो क्या हो सकता है वो, अगर आप गए हो कोई सोफे पर है रिसेप्शन पे, मानिए चेयरमैन साहब से मिलने आया, आधा घंटे बाद का टाइम मिला, इनके बाहर वेटिंग में बैठा हुआ है और सो रहा है बैठा बैठा, तो क्या हो सकता है ये खर्राटे का मरीज हो सकता है, इसको ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया हो सकती है। तो चार चीजें आपको याद हो गई, चार चीजें याद हो गई, हाँ ना कुछ तो बोलो भाई, हाँ क्या चार चीजें कौन सी याद हुई, एक वॉलंटियर खड़ा होकर बताया, और नहीं तो ये एमसी को पूछिए, एक वॉलंटियर खड़ा होकर बताया, पीजी नहीं यूजी बताया, नहीं बताओ तो हम यहीं से पिकअप कर लेंगे। लास्ट में बैठ दो बैठी हुई है, दोनों से खड़े हो जाइए या दोनों खड़े हो जाइए, मिलकर चार हो जाइए, खड़े हो जाइए, लास्ट में बिना दो बैठी हुई है, खड़े हो जाइए, यस, एक दूसरे को देख रहे हैं। क्या बताया हमने, पॉइंट नंबर 1, लूटवा में जाएंगी, बेलेश्वर में जाएंगी, हम दोनों की बातें नहीं कर रहे हैं, ऐसा मेरा मतलब ना निकाला जाए, किसी भी बात में जाएंगे। चलिए क्या देखेंगे सबसे पहले, अगर आपको खर्राटे स्पॉट डायग्नोसिस बनानी है तो क्या देखेंगे, वो कैसा है, क्या बोला, एक माइक दे दीजिए इनको, या आगे आ जाइए, आगे आ जाइए दोनों, कई बार पीछे बैठना बहुत घातक होता है आगे बढ़ने के लिए, दोनों के लिए ताली को बजा दो भाई, पीछे बैठने का कभी बड़ा घातक हो सकता है, आपको समझ आया, हाँ जी बोलिए, क्या देखेंगे नंबर 1 पॉइंट, कोई व्यक्ति है आपने दूसरे देखा, सबसे पहले क्या दिखाई देगा,
शॉर्ट में
नहीं सबसे पहले क्या बोला मैंने, ओबेसिटी, मोटा मोटा है ही, दूसरा क्या देखेगी, शॉर्ट है, शॉर्ट और चौड़ी, ठीक, तीसरा क्या देखेंगे, हाँ क्लास ऑडिटोरियम में बैठ के व्हाट्सएप देखोगे कि यही होगा, प्रिंसिपल सर जब क्लास हुआ करे तो सबके मोबाइल बाहर ही करके करा दें, ये रोग बहुत गड़बड़ है। तीसरी बात क्या देखेंगी, हाँ तीसरी सीधे बोलता चिन्ह देखेंगे सर, पहला बॉडी देखेंगे मोबाइल से है कि नहीं, दूसरा नेक देखेंगे छोटी और चौड़ी है कि नहीं, तीसरा चिन्ह देखेंगे रेट्रो रहता है या बाइटो रहता है, चौथा दूसरा माइक तो अगर किसी ऑफिस में आप विजिट कर रहे हैं या कहीं विजिट कर रहे हैं, कोई आदमी क्या कर रहा है तो आप जानिए खर्राटे रात में लेता होगा, इसको ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया हो सकती है, क्या देखेगी, बैठा बैठा सो रहा है, बैठ जाओ, बच गई आप, बार बचे हैं मेरे पास से, तो हमें ऐसा लगता है कि जितने यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट बने हैं और बाकी श्वेता परिवार पढ़ा के कर रही, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है चेयरमैन सर और प्रिंसिपल सर कि मैं कोई दूसरा सब्जेक्ट होता तो मुझे लगता कि बच्चों के साथ नाइंसाफी हो जाती, लेकिन हाँ कंक्लूडिंग मार्क्स में ये चार चीजें आप जीवन में याद रखिए, बाकी चीजें तो जिस स्पेशलिटी में जाएंगे, लेकिन हाँ अगर आप साइकेट्री में जाते हैं, न्यूरोलॉजी में जाते हैं, पल्मोनोलॉजी में जाते हैं, इन सब फिजियोलॉजी में जाते हैं, किसी भी ब्रांच में जाते हैं, तो ये सब्जेक्ट आपको हमेशा पढ़ना पड़ेगा और सीखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन एक बेसिक सेंसिटाइजेशन जितना एमबीबीएस के स्टूडेंट को होना चाहिए उसका मैंने कर दिया है। आज की जो वर्कशॉप हुई है उसके लिए मैं डॉक्टर श्वेता को बहुत मुबारक देता हूँ, बहुत बधाई देता हूँ कि ये बहुत हाईली एकेडमिक है और काफी प्रोग्राम आगे भी कराएगी, और हाँ मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मुझे बुलाना नहीं भूलेगी, तो मैं आपको बताई जो एकेडमिक प्रोफेशनल जर्नी है अपने चेयरमैन से आप सीखे, वो आप सबके रोल मॉडल है, प्रिंसिपल साहब ने इतने बड़े इंस्टीट्यूट को खड़ा किया है वो भी आपके रोल मॉडल है, डॉक्टर सुनीता तिवारी आपके बीच में गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर आई हैं, बहुत बड़े इन्होंने हमारे जैसे नजारे कितने बच्चे पैदा किए हैं जो आप मेडिकल स्टूडेंट में छोटा मोटा नाम मेडिकल करियर में कमा पाए हैं, और आप सभी अपने करियर में ऊंची ऊंचाइयां छूने यही मेरा शुभकामना है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
We are privileged to have amongst us Dr. G. Davis, Professor at
Department of Cardiology, King's College Medical University, Bangalore. I request our patron Dr. A.K. Johansson to kindly welcome Dr. G. डॉक्टर सुलेमान संकेत के बाद खराटे हैं खतरनाक जिसका अर्थ वो कारपर कहते हैं now like to request our guest of honor Smita Bali, former head of the Department of Zoology in Global Medical University, Bangalore, and presently professor in the Department of Zoology in Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences, Bangalore. I request ma'am to kindly prepare the meeting.
Thank you, Shweta. Shweta, come today. Sonia. Thank you, Sonia. Very good morning to the audience. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Sachansan, Professor Sunil Kumarsan, Professor Surikant, and Professor Rishi Sethi. And not to forget Shweta Kanchan, Dr. Shweta Kanchan. I can proudly say that more than 50% sitting on the dais are my students. And I'm so happy to see them coming up so well. Professor Rishi Sethi has been my student, a very famous cardiologist at KGMU. Professor Surikant, 83 lakhs, 83 lakhs. That's the student at KGMC. And Professor Surikant, Professor M.N. Khanna, all my students, they're doing so well. And I feel proud. वो 56 इंच का सीना लोग आपके मुंह के साथ कहते हैं ना. For me, it is such a nice moment. And there's nothing like you on the guys. I mean, such a proud moment. Shweta Kanchan, a very serious student. I must say, very few students are like her. And I'm proud to say that when I told her to apply for the post of assistant professor at KTU, because the posts are out now, she's refused to plan for mention. She says, "Ma'am, I'm happy where I am." And that the credit goes to Professor Sajan. And yes, and of course, Professor and Professor Sunil Kumar, and the team working here. Why would anyone want to stay at a private institute, Shweta? Unless and until you are happy here. And I'm sure most of the faculty working at Hindu Institute here at Savirabad and Academia Sitapur, under the able guidance of Principal like Professor Sunil Kumar, they're all very happy, very satisfied, because there is not much left at government colleges. The new years are coming up, definitely, but I would say that very few old colleges are up to mark now. Most of the private sector colleges have come up very well with research and every other aspect, patient care, research, and fulfilling the criteria of NABH and NMC, etc., etc. So, I would like to thank the organizers for calling me here as guest of honor. Shweta was very happy that I would be coming, and I would not want to make my students or my children unhappy at any point of time. And I'm glad that I'm here. At least now I know that I've been here earlier also many times as an external examiner. But for this event, and for the first time, I'm here as a guest of honor and chairing the sessions on sleep. Now, इस 5 मिनट के अंदर 10 मिनट के अंदर जैसा सूर्यकांत पढ़ाते होंगे, डॉक्टर सूर्यकांत, मेरे मुंह से सूर्यकांत ही निकलेगा, प्रोफेसर सूर्यकांत रादर, he taught you what is OSS. अब मैं नहीं कर सकती हूँ, इतने फॉर्चुनेट है हमारे केजीएमसी के बच्चे कि अगर क्लास में 10 मिनट के अंदर कोई बीमारी को इतनी अच्छी तरह समझा दी जाए कि वो भूलेगा नहीं, बच्चे भूलेंगे नहीं। अब शायद कितनी बार उन्होंने रिपीट करा है, पूछा है सवाल, इससे ये निश्चित है कि you people will never forget what are the causes of OSS. And definitely, sleep deprivation, as the theme goes, has a lot of negative effects on the body. You can't fulfill the 8 hours sleep in the night with a nap in the daytime. People say that you should have a nap after lunch. But that, I don't think, research says that that doesn't fulfill your 8 hours sleep in the night. I have been working on sleep. I have a lab. I have established a lab at KTM department, which is working fine in collaboration with Professor Suryakanth. बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग के और पीजी स्टूडेंट्स उनके गाइड प्रोवाइड हम लोग शेयर करते हैं, तभी जाके हमारा लैब एस्टैब्लिश हो पाएगा। एटलीस्ट 7-8 साल हो गए हमारे लैब एस्टैब्लिश हुए। I would like to thank the so many people who established the lab. Pankaj, he was there always at every hour and helping us out in how to run the lab. And that was wonderful. Pankaj will help us out. And then I'm a member of ISSR, and we have a group in the WhatsApp, so we will basically go to अच्छे से वहाँ discussion चलता है उस group में WhatsApp में what is happening in sleep studies today. And courses are being run by some very you can say renowned sleep physiologists in India. And any interested student who is willing to get contact with Dr. Shweta Kanchan, if you go to that course, जो फाइनल ईयर MBBS के बच्चे हो या इंटर्नशिप करने के बाद सोच रहे हो उस फील्ड में जाने का, because sleep has got a lot of importance as of now. Not taking much time, we already have delayed by as per the schedule. I'd like to thank once again the organizers for inviting me here, and all the best to all the speakers. It should be interactive sessions. Dear Saman Pushko, dear Saman Kaniskanyo, so that you are, when we leave this hall, you are well equipped with the knowledge. That is the purpose of this evening. Thank you very much.
ये किताब खर्राटे हैं खतरनाक, क्योंकि मेरे भाषण के बाद आपको समझ में आई होगी कि खर्राटे जो है वो बड़े बेच के सोना नहीं है, खर्राटे खतरनाक होते हैं और इनकी कारण कितनी बीमारियां पैदा होती है डॉक्टर एपी सिंह मनीषी से भी आपको विस्तार पूर्वक कभी बताएंगे। चाहे वो ब्लड प्रेशर हो, चाहे वो हार्ट अटैक हो, स्ट्रोक हो या डायबिटीज हो, बहुत सारी बीमारियों का खतरा इससे होता है। और इसीलिए उत्तर प्रदेश हिंदी संस्थान ने ये मेरी किताब जो मैंने प्राथमिकता के आधार पर हिंदी में लिखी, क्योंकि लोगों का जागरूक, सभी लोगों का जागरूक होना जरूरी था। और दुनिया में हिंदी भाषा में अकेली ये पुस्तक उपलब्ध है उत्तर प्रदेश हिंदी संस्थान में। अब सरकारी सिस्टम जितने होते हैं उनका अपना वो होता है ये अमेज़न या उससे नहीं मिलती है, अगर आप ले सकते हैं तो मात्र 82 रुपए की किताब है, क्योंकि मैं किसी आज तक मैंने 19 किताबें लिखी हैं, किसी किताब की मैं रॉयल्टी नहीं लेता हूँ। ये किताब मैं जो लेता हूँ वो भी आज तक मैंने किसी किताब के लिए पैसे रॉयल्टी नहीं लिए, ना लेता हूँ ना लूंगा। और ये किताब 19 से मेरी 7 किताबें हिंदी में हैं, और ये किताब आपको उत्तर प्रदेश हिंदी संस्थान, कभी आप हजरतगंज में जाए तो जो डीएम का घर है या पोस्ट मास्टर जनरल का जो ऑफिस है उसके ठीक बगल में उत्तर प्रदेश हिंदी संस्थान है, किसी से पूछने में पता चल जाएगा। वर्किंग डे में आपको आप बस गार्ड को बता देंगे कि डॉक्टर सूर्यकांत सर की खर्राटे वाली किताब चाहिए, तो आपको पहुंचा देगा, कहां से मिलेगी, वहां से मिल सकती है। नो प्रॉफिट नो लॉस से छपी हुई किताब मात्र 82 रुपए में। आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते कि 82 रुपए में आप किताब ले सकते हैं, ये उपलब्ध है। ये तो पुस्तकें आज मैंने दी हैं, ये यहाँ के लाइब्रेरी के लिए दी है सर, तो आप इसकी एक प्रति लाइब्रेरी में रखवा सकते हैं, और जिससे कि आप सभी लोग अपने घर के लिए खरीदने वाला बात को, लेकिन यहाँ तो लाइब्रेरी में जाके आप इसको पढ़ सकते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I request our organizing secretary, Dr. Shweta Ranjan, to kindly grace the dais and give the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Sonia, and thanks a lot to everyone who's here with us today to make this program a success. Good morning, everyone. Thank you is a prayer that cannot be seen from above but best in the heart. And I extend my heartfelt thank you to each and every doctor, all the degrees, all the guys and all the guys for being with us today and making this program a daily memory for all of us who try hard to organize this to best of our abilities. I would like to thank my deepest regard and thank you to the wonderful CEO, Dr. Rishi Sethi sir, Dr. A.D. Singh sir, Ms. Dr. Anita Darbhar and Mr. Pankaj Arora, who taken our time from the positions to be with us to share precious scholars of knowledge. Thanks to all of you. We are extremely grateful to my guest of honor, Dr. Suryakanth Bhatti sir, and Dr. Sunita Gari ma'am, who be with us to raise the program to see your benevolent presence just made the program what it is. Thanks a lot to both of you. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to thank our esteemed chairman, Dr. A.K. Sachan sir, and our chairperson, Dr. Chandra ma'am, for always being a guiding light and source of inspiration. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for being the source of inspiration for this program, every other thing that we are doing. My sincere heartfelt thanks to our principal sir, Dr. Sujit Kumar sir, for being the thought leader and guiding light for this program. This program would not have been possible, sir, but for your immense efforts and guiding us at every step. I would like to thank Dr. Indi Mishra sir, Head of Department of Respiratory Medicine, Dr. Vinod Singh Ma'am, Head Department of Physiology, for the kind support and motivation. My sincere thanks to Dr. Muhammad Awaz, who has been always one of the greatest for the last 2 years. Sir, this would not have been possible but for your immense influence. My sincere and all of these. My sincere and honest thanks and words will really fall short. When I thank you so much and the entire team in the registration department, your enthusiasm has shaped this program. Thanks to all of you. My immense thanks to Dr. Amina Pandey, Dr. Vinay Darbhar sir, Dr. Abhishek Gupta, and the entire team of Respiratory Medicine for the kind support. Thank you all. My special thanks to the faculty of Department of Physiology for their support throughout the planning and execution of the program. They also made a very much thanks to all of you. And a special thanks to my regular students who never take their responsibility and entrusted to them. Your enthusiasm and energy is the soul of the program. So I take this opportunity to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I would like to thank Dr. Utkarsh Bansal sir, who is volunteering alive right now, sir, for giving inspiring help, support and motivation. My sincere thanks to all the non-teaching staff and the technical staff who have been working hard to make this program a success. Again, a very special thanks, which I should have taken earlier, to Dr. H. Malik sir, who is the president of the Society of Senior Research and a pioneer of senior medicine in India, and who has placed this program with its patronage. Sir is not here with us today, but I'm sure he's working for you thanks a lot to you, sir, and a big thank you for all of us. And last but never least, I sincerely thank the Almighty because without the blessings of the Almighty God, we can have no been successful. Glimpse 2023 was a vision for all of us and has become a reality today with the blessings of God. So with that, I will thank you all once again, and we will have a memorable day and a long journey of learning as we delve deep into the world of sea. Thank you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We shall now proceed towards the sessions of the day. Students, please guide our esteemed dignitaries towards their seats. Our first session of today will be taken by Dr. A.K. Singh sir. Dr. A.K. Singh sir is the chairperson and head, Department of Pulmonary Medicine and Sleep Medicine at Chandan Hospital. Sir shall today share with us his incisive perspective on sleep-related breathing disorders, their pathophysiology, diagnosis, and management. I request you to kindly grace the stage, sir. Our first session of today will be taken by Dr. A.K. Singh sir. Dr. A.K. Singh sir is the chairperson and head, Department of Pulmonary Medicine and Sleep Medicine at Chandan Hospital. Sir shall today share with us his incisive perspective on sleep-related breathing disorders, their pathophysiology, diagnosis, and management. I request you to kindly grace the stage, sir. And during this session, I would like to kindly invite Dr. Surya Kamal, Professor in HOD, Department of Respiratory Medicine, King George's Medical University, Lucknow, and Dr. D.P. Mishra, sir, the head of Department of Respiratory Medicine at King's College.
Good evening. So good morning to everyone. This is the first session of our academic event, and it will be delivered not less than a vibrant orator in the city, Dr. A.K. Singh. Dr. A.K. Singh is a leading pulmonologist and practicing in a corporate hospital, that is Chandra Hospital, Lucknow. And he's also running a DMD course in respiratory medicine. And with the 2 candidates per year, AK, I think, am I right? Okay. So he's the teacher also, he's a clinician also, and he's a wonderful orator. In the next 30 minutes, you will realize, and he will speak on sleep-related breathing disorders. And again, I want to congratulate Dr. Shweta, Principal Sir, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, and of course the Chairman Sir, Dr. Sudhir. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is like one of the most delightful moments. कि मेरी टीचर डॉक्टर सुनीता, डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर सुनीता, किसी ने शुरुआत में मुझे पढ़ाने चलाई, किसी ने पल्मोनोलॉजी पढ़ाई, and then I'm like going to speak in front of them. So it's like always a pleasure speaking in front of your teachers or going back to KJMC and talking about your own subject. So I'm like really delighted, and then the whole hall is full. It's like a real delight, and it is always a pleasure talking to people who are interested in learning sleep, which has been very helpful now. So we want to talk about sleep-related breathing disorders. So I'm a chest specialist, so I'm going to talk only of breathing disorders, nothing else. And when they happen in sleep, that's also our domain. So we want to talk about that. So I work in the capacity of the department, Children's Hospital in Lucknow. So whenever you talk of anything academically, you start with the definition. So sleep is a normal, reversible, recurrent state of reduced responsiveness. And we all understand that. So I'm not going to delve deep into it, but the Dalai Lama said that sleep is the best medication because it actually relieves you of all the stress and does the restorative thing. So if it is hindered, as beautifully elaborated in 5 minutes by Dr. Surya, he can only do that. Okay, जिसके लिए मैंने 40 मिनट का presentation बनाया है, he put forth in 4 minutes. So there is an ICD classification for that, and it has been classified into various formats. There is a patient fails to fall asleep, insomnia, there are sleep-related breathing disorders. It could be a central disorder which is causing hypersomnolence. There are circadian rhythm abnormalities, parasomnias, sleep-related movement disorders, and other sleep disorders. So if you look at it, it's a whole Pandora box. It is not just one thing, because a lot of things where neurologists are required, psychiatrists are required, and pulmonologists are required, or physiologists are required. So it's a big thing, and we need to understand it to address it properly. So when you come to sleep-related breathing disorders, these are all breathing disorders, abnormal respiration during sleep. That's it. So the patient is not breathing properly when the patient is sleeping. It can happen in children, it can happen in adults. And it is like an extension of something which happens physiologically. Snoring is a physiological phenomenon when it is associated with certain abnormal parameters like falling oxygen levels, increasing carbon dioxide levels, arousals, and becomes a disorder. So if you look at classification of a sleep-related breathing disorder, it is classified on depending that whether there is no breathing happening, so apneas, or there is less breathing happening, that is hyperventilation. If there is an obstruction up there, then it is obstructive. If the drive is not coming from the brain because respiration starts in the brain, then it is central sleep, apnea syndromes. And then there are hyperventilations, like obesity. In obesity, there is a fat which is there outside, inside also. The diaphragmatic movement is less, so hyperventilation is happening. And then there are certain rare formats which we are not going to talk too much about. And then there are sleep-related hypoxemia disorders. Like patients who have COPD, who have a resting saturation of 93%, 92%. When they sleep, it tends to deteriorate. They go down up to 60%, 70%, which causes remodeling of the right heart. And there is pulmonary artery hypertension, and the moment all pulmonary starts it, they live only for 3 years. So it is important to understand because it is actually going to shorten their life. And then there are isolated symptoms in normal ways like snoring or catatheremia, which we will talk later about. We will touch upon that topic. So what does causes sleep disorders? So it starts with genetics, then it increases with aging, the decreased muscular tone that comes with aging, and then there are certain diseases called allergies, nasal blockage which can cause it, stressful events, bad lifestyle, neurological disorders or psychiatric disorders, these can all lead to sleep disorders. And there are a lot of other sleep disorders. So if you understand obstructive sleep apnea and only obstructive sleep apnea, every patient who has daytime somnolence is not sleep apnea. That's the only purpose of putting this slide. That you need to understand that a patient with daytime somnolence is only not sleep apnea. There are other things also, and if you're treating it as a specialist, you need to understand other things and guide the patient to the right place if they are not sleep-related breathing disorders. So what are the signs? Waking up early. Patient takes a longer time to fall asleep, more than 30 minutes. Patient is sleeping throughout the day, or feels sleepy. Like, if I'm not delivering it the right way and you're feeling sleepy, that is not sleep apnea, right? That's my fault. But then, other than that, other than the lectures, if you sleep, then it is like sleep apnea. Vivid dream-like experiences, jerky movements in the arm, or there is sudden weakness, or the patient falls suddenly during the daytime, narcolepsy. So these are all which are signs of sleep disorders. So when you look at sleep-related breathing disorders, it's a whole umbrella for a lot of problems. The most common is obstructive sleep apnea. So if you see the distribution of it, the most of the slide is occupied by blue color, which is sleep apnea, and we understand what it is. There is obstruction in there, and there is repetitive obstruction which happens. The patient fell asleep, goes into deep sleep, obstruction happens, oxygen falls down, patient has a micro-arousal or arousal, or may not be related with arousal, but there is desaturation which is happening. And then the second part is central sleep apnea, which is the second most common. Then if the patient is on narcotic drugs, the patient has a stroke in past, or has a cardiac illness, can have central sleep apnea. More so related with cardiac illnesses, there is Steenstrokes breathing, where there is abnormal breathing pattern, central apnea is happening, followed by a spurt of hyperapnea, and then again a central apnea. So this is what is Steenstrokes, and nocturnal hypoventilation is related with certain obstructive airway diseases, obesity, which can be seen. So how do you define apnea? So apnea is cessation of flow. So either there is no flow, or there is less than 90% of flow happening for at least 10 seconds is called as apnea. It is related with desaturation. If there is only airflow which is not there, but the respiratory movement is trying to compensate. So there is respiratory movement which is happening, but no airflow happening, that is obstructed. If there is no respiratory effort, no airflow, that is central, because both of these are not happening. So, and if both of these are happening, then it is mixed apneas, but then the tricky part is the hypopnea. So how do we define hypopnea? So hypopnea is more than 30% fall than the normal wave flows. So you see the waves like this, if it is 30% or less in the amplitude that you see, and it is associated with desaturation, and a desaturation of more than 3%. It's called hypopnea. And then the duration is of course 10 seconds. So apneas and hypopneas are defined in the same way: 10 seconds, cessation or decreasing of flow. So we have talked enough of it. And so do normal people have AHI? AHI is apnea hypopnea index. So how many episodes are happening in 1 hour? The apneas and hypopneas is called AHI. So do normal people have AHI of anything? Or it's like normal people have a 0 AHI. So interestingly, we all have apnea and hypopnea that happen, but then it is less than 5. If it is equal to 5 or more than 5, then we call it a sleep-related breathing disorder or OSA syndrome. So at least 5 episodes, and then we have actually classified them into a mild, moderate, and severe. There is a lot of talk that is happening about that do we need to revise it? Do we need to look at more of the desaturation part? But for now, between 5 to 15 is mild. Mild can be treated with lifestyle modifications, good sleep hygiene, and re-evaluation after 6 months. But if it is moderate or severe, related to severe hypoxemia, which is happening during it, they warrant treatment. So classification is important. So what exactly does happen? So there are a lot of people who feel sleepy now. I don't know how to make an anatomy interesting, but still I will try. So there are two things which happen. There is anatomy abnormality which is there, which was taught very nicely. छोटी हो चौड़ी हो चिन पीछे ये anatomy abnormalities हो गई और दूसरा न्यूरोजेनिक कंपोनेंट हो गया. न्यूरोजेनिक कंपोनेंट ये हो गया कि या तो ट्राइमेड की गाड़ी है या मस्कुलर टोन गड़बड़ हो रही है या पेशेंट नार्कोटिक ड्रग्स पे. These are things which are happening. But then there is an interesting phenomenon that people who have initially thought that this is all obese who have sleep apnea, but now we understand that no, it is not just that. There are phenotypes and endotypes of OSA, and there is one phenotype of OSA which is not obese. They are lean and thin, and still they have sleep apnea. So it is not always that you want to rule out your diagnosis or suspicion only on the basis of weight. But yes, obesity is still one of the most important risk factors, but people who are lean and thin can also have it. And there is repetitive collapse which is happening of the upper airway. There is intra-abdominal narrowing which is happening, which causes the apneas and hypoxias. And at what level it is happening? It is happening at the level of retropalate or retroglossal. So it is behind the tongue or behind the palate that the anatomical difficulties are there. And now it has become important to understand because now the ENT people are doing a very nice job in those patients who can be anatomically corrected. Initially, we thought that it was all CPAP, which is going to work, only positive airway pressure therapy, which is going to work. But now there is a category of patients who benefit from ENT surgeries also. So we need to understand the anatomy in detail about it. So what are the forces which are involved to keep the airway open? So there are occluding forces and there are dilating forces. Dilating forces, the upper airway dilated muscles which are there, and occluding forces. If I take a deep breath and I generate a lot of negative pressure, does it do anything to the upper airway? Does it cause any change? Yes, it does cause change. It tends to collapse the upper airways. So harder I try to breathe in, the more collapse happens at the upper airway. And this is being compensated by the dilated muscles. So this is the whole concept of positive airway pressure came from this concept that we need to keep it open and do the same job that the dilated muscles are doing. So the therapy originated from this understanding. So what are the muscles which influence it? The genioid, the geniodorsal, and the tensor carinae, which actually tends to open it. And the genioid and geniodorsals are important in the NREM, and tensor carinae is something which is important throughout in all the sleep. So this will become a little more busy. So the whole understanding is that negative pressures are detected by the laryngeal mechanoreceptors, and it activates the muscle and it keeps it open. So all you need to understand is that there is a positive and negative feedback mechanism which is there in the muscles out here, and they help maintaining it. And when it is lost or decreased, sleep apnea happens. So this is like, if I have to put whole presentation into one slide, this would have been. No. So it shows you the anatomical structure. It shows you the flow limitations that happen on the polysomnography that we do, and it also tells us how to differentiate that. So if you look at the first slide of open airway, you can see the flow which is coming in there, and the airway is open. So it is behind. Can you give a pointer? Do we have a pointer? No issues. Great. So, we need to focus on this area. This is what we need to see. That's it. So, if you see on the first diagram, so if you look in here, it is open and the air is passing by and there is a good curve that is coming in, which you see in polysomnography. Now you see that there is a flow limitation, but then still the flow is happening. So there is a lot of effort and it's a longer curve which is there. In sewing, there is intermittent closing and opening which is happening, so you see a lot of noise in the airflow, but then the airflow is still there. And here you see that it is completely closed and there is no airflow which is on. So this is the whole presentation put in one slide. This is how we analyze the polysomnography, the airflow, and this is what is happening anatomically. And the things get worse in supine position, it becomes more worse in obesity because there is starter position out there. If the airway is, we are not looking at the airway shape, if it is open, then it is more worse as compared to the round area that is there. And if there is edema in the upper airway, like allergies. Allergies cause inflammation, and inflammation causes edema, and you find sleep apnea to be worse in people who have allergic pharyngitis or allergic laryngitis or allergic rhinitis. So OSA results into a lot of things. Could be said the mother of बहुत सारी बीमारी की जननी. Hypertension, insulin resistance, arrhythmias, pulmonary hypertension, heart failure, cerebrovascular accidents, hyperlipidemia, coronary artery disease, all happening in a due long course. May take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. But there are certain catastrophic things which also happen, like a stroke can happen, like an MI can come in a patient who is sleep apnea, dementia, no treatment available, depression and anxiety. There are a lot of patients who come to us and are on polypharmacy. They are like on 4 drugs for depression and they are not relieved. And the cause is sleep apnea. So that's important. Kidney disease, bone loss, sexual problems, loss of libido, erectile dysfunction. That happens in the disease. They are visiting urologists. The urologist friends are not referring it because they are not doing it, not understanding it. So it's like a cross-department domain. It's like a cross-specialty domain that we need to understand. Risk factors we have already talked of. Symptoms we have already talked of. So when you look at these patients in busy clinical practice, if you don't have time, there are very nice tools to do that. The sleepiness scale is still the best Epworth sleepiness scale, and if the score is more than 10 out of 24, the patient has daytime sleepiness. There are screening tools for OSA like STOP-BANG, PSAP, OSA 50, DESC OSA. These are wonderful tools. STOP-BANG is a very easy tool. You can give to your patients, and that actually screens for OSA and has a very good sensitivity level if you do that. But the question is also there that Dr. Sultan talked about Mallampati score. So if you look at it, the class 3 and class 4, a simple oral examination can actually tell you that whether the patient has a higher risk for OSA or not, and should I really look for OSA in these patients or not. We've already talked about if there is adenoid tonsil enlargement in children, these are things which needs to be corrected. Absence, we have talked about the chin position, all those abnormalities which are there about the craniofacial structure can lead to it. So we already talked about general examination by visuals, neck circumference, BMI, waist circumference. So how do we do a diagnosis of sleep apnea? So the gold standard is polysomnography. A 32-channel polysomnography is the gold standard, where you look at EEG, which tells you about the state of sleep, then you look at the airflow, you look at the snoring, you look at the chin AMG, you look at ECG to rule out the artifacts, and then you look at the abdominal and thoracic movements. You also do a shin EMG to understand that whether the patient is in REM or not. But then, interesting, the whole diaspora of sleep diagnosis is also opening up. it is not the same. So your Apple Watch is using actually actigraphy thing. So there are a lot of patients who will come to you will do polysomnography only if the patients will come to you. But now with the advent of actigraphy and being so commonly used by people, and it does tell us the sleep pattern, patients can be educated and can come over. There is also an interesting equipment which has come, which is like a disposable one, and it looks at the fluidity of your arterioles, and it can tell that whether sleep apnea is there or not. And the concurrence is around 98%. So there are very nice tools which are coming in. The polysomnography has been divided into two. It's a level 1 or a level 2, which is done in the hospital. The level 1 is with everything and video camera. The same at home is level 2. The level 3 and the level 4 are the various devices which has limited channels into it. But then the gold standard is polysomnography or limited channel. So we look at EEG, electrooculography for sleep, that whether it is a REM stage or not, a REM stage, electromyography, airflow, respiratory effort, oxygen saturation, ECG, body position, and to see a EMG or ATVs. And this is how polysomnogram looks like. So this is how a patient is strapped. So you have an EOG channel, an EEG channel which is there, oronasal airflow which is sensed by the blue tube which you can see, ECG to look at the artifacts, shin EMG, limb EMG, and pulse oximetry which is you can see. And the position sensor is there, and thoracic movement and abdominal movement is assessed. And this is how the whole channel comes in. The upper one is the EEG, and then ocular, and then you see the chin, ECG, and then the flow which is there, and thoracic and abdominal movement, and the saturation. You can also look at heart abnormalities which are happening during sleep in the heart rate. It's like a long topic, it's a topic in itself. So I've given just one slide. We've already talked of it. There are other modalities which are coming up, like imaging. You need to do upper airway imaging for anatomical abnormalities, and they are corrected surgically, like children. Child with OSA because of a tonsil or an adenoid doesn't need to be treated with CPAP. It is like the surgery which is choice. Acoustic analysis are coming up. There is a very interesting thing which is called as DICE, or sleep nasal rectoscopy. DICE is that you induce sleep during the daytime in patients. So it's a drug-induced sleep, and you do an endoscopy of the upper airway, or you do it with a laryngoscope, or you do it with a bronchoscope, and then you evaluate the upper airway, and it's a very interesting science. And the ENT needs that ENT people need that help for that, so that they can evaluate the upper airway structure and actually do a surgery for that. So the treatment is non-surgical treatment, lifestyle modification, mandibular advancement devices which are given by the dental guys, and a CPAP therapy. Surgical treatments are nasal surgeries. There were gross surgeries which were done, and it gave a lot of bad name because there was nasal reflux which was happening. The patient used to have paralysis of the upper airway. But now there are certain ways that they put in wire and just pull it. They don't actually exercise the muscles. So that is something which is coming in and helpful in these patients. So the treatment of choice is the CPAP therapy, and the CPAP therapy is one pressure or dial. Inspiratory, expiratory, one pressure. That is called as continuous positive airway pressure. And that is how you open up the airway. That what you do is that you create a pneumatic split. Sleep apnea का हो रहा है, रात को सोते वक्त हो रहा है. सर्जरी की प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि सर्जरी ने जो एनाटॉमिकल करेक्शन किया वो दिन में भी रहेगा और रात में भी रहेगा. इसीलिए वो चाहते नहीं कि दिन में रहे, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ रात को हो रही है, सोते वक्त हो रही है. तो हमें कुछ ऐसा चाहिए कि रात को अपना असर करे और दिन में असर नहीं करे. So that is what is CPAP. So CPAP is a stent or split that we create out of air. हम हवा से वो बना देते हैं. We create a positive pressure which is applied to the nose, which runs down to the lung, और वो airway को open करके रखता है. That is what is called as not CPAP for all patients. Why do we do sleep study in two parts, the diagnostic part and the titration part. In the titration part we understand कि जब हम CPAP लगा रहे हैं तो पेशेंट बेहतर हो रहे हैं, उसको प्रेशर की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या होगी. अगर प्रेशर की रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत ज्यादा है, it is just like that your car is running at 100 kilometers per hour और आप जो है थोड़ा सा गर्दन बाहर निकालते हो और सांस लेने की कोशिश करिए. उस प्रेशर पे सांस लेना इतना मुश्किल होता है. That is what your patient faces. That it becomes really difficult for the patient to have a pressure to inhale is still easy. To exhale with that pressure it becomes very difficult. So that is what IPAP came. IPAP came in that there are two pressures, inspiratory pressure, expiratory pressure. So inspiration में patient को मदद मिल गई, जाने की inspiration के लिए collapse ज़्यादा हो रहा था, तो मदद मिल गई, और expiration में the pressure drop down to a lower level. And when it drop down to a lower level, it is still keeping the airway open, but the patient can breathe easily. So patients who require a higher pressure of titration requires a BiPAP. For patients who require lesser, there are 12 or 12 require a CPAP and they do good with CPAP. But then there are certain complications that come with CPAP therapy. The most common complication is we are from childhood till adulthood we live like this, and now the doctor has strapped a mask on face. So that becomes difficult. So the most important problem that comes in is claustrophobia, followed by rhinitis, air leaks, aerophagia, there is a distension of the abdomen. Patients are concerned about the masks that are there during the daytime because of the mask. That is, and these all can be taken care of. There are various ways. Claustrophobia can be sorted out by choosing the right interface, the right mask. Air leaks could be fixed by choosing the right size. Claustrophobia can be fixed by understanding the interfaces. There are interfaces called nasal pillows, there are nasal masks, there are contactless nasal masks which have come in. So it doesn't straps on your face. So there are no straps which actually, they are magnetic, easy to remove. Patient has a benign prostatic hyperplasia and a sleep apnea. He rises up, goes to the washroom, comes back, and now he has to strap it. Does it. So there are various things to understand. It is an evolving field. You need to sit back, understand the patient's need. It's a lifestyle modification disease. The treatment is lifestyle modification. So you just can't say yehi karna hai or yehi karna hai. That is not right. Central sleep apnea, I'm going to just touch upon it because the most, I'm already short of time, taking more time about it. Central sleep apnea is repetitive cessations because of lack of drive from the brain, and it could be hyperventilation or hyperventilation, which can happen because of an abnormal respiratory center reset to carbon dioxide levels. So the symptoms are same. They come up with the same symptoms, they have daytime somnolence, they feel bad during the daytime, early morning fatigue, everything happens. But then, differentiation can be done only with a polysomnography. And that is the reason that polysomnography is gold standard. People go for screening tests. Screening test is not meant for India. They are cheaper, okay, but they are not meant for India. They are meant for countries like Australia and US, where the polysomnography is 1.5 lakh rupees. There is resource limitation in terms of people. So they do screen first and then do polysomnography. In India, the ideal test to be done is polysomnography. Sheet stroke breathing, there is, if you see at the floor, there is apnea happening, followed by hyperapnea, followed by apnea. So this spindles that come in, followed by straight lines, is characteristic sheet stroke breathing, which is seen in cardiac patients, stroke and brain injuries are seen. And there are 4 criteria for central sleep apnea, more than 5 central sleep apneas, or more than 50% of the apneas that are happening should be central apnea. So there are obstructive and central both. More than 50% are central, then you call it central sleep apnea. There is no evidence of daytime or nocturnal hyperventilation, and it can't be explained with other things. It could be because of sheet stroke. There are sheet strokes, 3 things to remember: 3 consecutive central apneas, a crescendo decrescendo breathing, and it should last for at least 40 seconds. If you see that, only these 3 things to be remembered: 3 consecutive sleep apneas, a crescendo decrescendo breathing pattern, and at least 40 seconds that it should last. Yes, she's rest all the symptoms. High altitude people have more central apnea, so if you're patient, there are a lot of people who become like, now we have actually gone into the from the developing world to the developed world in certain pockets, and people are traveling. High altitude travel, a patient comes to you, talks about you, you need to tell him about this. That there is an increased chance of central sleep apnea at high altitude. If the patient is on respiratory depressant or opioids, it can cause it. The first line treatment is still CPAP, but then you need to address the underlying cause and reduce opioid medications. There are certain other ways which can help you if CPAP is not working, like adaptive servoventilation, viral pressure, supplemental oxygen and medications which can be required at times. Hypoventilation disorders, सांस जा रही है पर पूरी नहीं जा रही, and it is causing problem. So that is hypoventilation. It has the similar symptoms like poor sleep quality, excessive daytime sleepiness, and morning headaches. There are various signs. Obesity, hypoventilation is the most common, followed by the less common things which are seen clinically, like underlying curves or late onset central hypoventilation, idiopathic central hypoventilation, related with diseases like COPD, lung diseases, neurological diseases, and medication related. So if we put whole treatment, surgical, non-surgical, lifestyle modification, and PAP therapy would be CPAP and BiPAP. So we already talked of it. Sleep-related hypoxemia, you need to treat the underlying disorder first, like an interstitial lung disease or COPD. COPD patients tend to have more nocturnal hypoventilation. Why we don't understand that? Probably the central nervous system reset is bad. So the primary disease needs to be treated supplemental oxygen and CPAP therapy. Coming to the last part of my talk, snoring is something which is important, and at times patients are very worried if they are very educated and they have read about OSA. So you screen them, and then it becomes important to make them understand that ask for him, maybe the whole time, but then you don't need to worry at this point of time. And tachypnea is groaning during the sleep, that patients have abnormal breathing and vocalization of the sleep. So there are a lot of patients who groan while they sleep, and this is something which is very commonly seen in patients who get discharged from ICUs. So this is like something which might be related to exact cause is not known, might be related to psychiatric, post-stress, post-traumatic stress disorder, or it could be related with muscular weakness which is there. So they tend to groan while they're sleeping. So the last slide, an intentional pick has been put in that sleep apnea doesn't affect only the person who's suffering from, but also the person who's the most loved person for that person, right? So it's like, I slept so well with you snoring in my ear all night. No one has said that ever. Every spouse is being paid by that. So sleep apnea is not just being seen as a disease of one person and suffering of one person, but a suffering of two people. And so I'm always working in India, we are so lucky to be born in India. Otherwise, there is only 30% of the lawsuits are because of sleep apnea, and 50% of road traffic accidents that are documented in the US and Canada are because of sleep apnea. Thank you so very much for your patience.
Thank you, AKC. As usual, he always speaks very precise, crystal clear, and concluded. So, thank you very much, AKC. If there are any one or two quick questions, then we can take, otherwise, we can close the session. Any question from especially post students? Yeah, Dr. Rishi. Yeah. If a professor asks question to a professor, it's become very difficult. Please.
It's not a question, it's clarification. The truth be told, I am not a sleep or respiratory expert, but I have some interest in the OSA and where it interacts with cardiology. But one thing has bothered me personally and in a few patients, that is there any, and forgive my ignorance if I am speaking something very basic. But is there any long-term harmful effects of keep giving a positive pressure during inspiration for, let's say, because let's say a young person in his 30s and 40s is in a CPAP and you would be taking it for 30, 40 years. Does the pressure that it exerts has some sort of influence in the lower airway also, giving rise to probably pulmonary hypertension or some, pressure related injury in the lung? Is there some concern? Is there some literature? I don't really know. That's the question that's been bothering me.
So that's a really interesting question. And then that's like something which is like every physician should be bothered when you prescribe something to your patient. Be it medications, be it therapy. So that's a very valid question. The first principle of medical ethics is do no harm. But then interestingly, there are a lot of studies which are there on the beneficial effect of it. I do agree with you that I haven't come across a paper or literature which can actually talk of the ill effects of it. The reason probably why they don't talk of ill effects is that there are certain things that PAP therapy does. And it is like, not only does it open the upper airway, but CPAP therapy also helps certain patients bringing down the pulmonary artery pressure by helping the cardiac contractility. So that would be really interesting and that you have given a food for thought for me, right? I have never gone in looking at that pointer that whether it can really harm. But then one thing is for sure, that there are certain patients who don't tolerate BiPAP and they are harmed the most. They don't tolerate CPAP and when they use it, they have nasal congestions, eye congestions, and they are intractable. They won't get treated with it. So I recently went to a program I was invited to talk about endotype and phenotypes of OSA. And it was basically a ENT program. And then I understood that there are certain categories of patients who don't tolerate CPAP who are going to the ENT guys. So I have a patient, I treat them with CPAP, they're not happy with me. They come back to me, I try to titrate it, and they're still not happy, they're going to leave me to go somewhere. So the stories that they were finding at a place was the ENT people. And the presentation of the ENT guy was about looking at the endotypes of these patients who are not tolerant to OSA. And when they were not tolerant to OSA, they had a certain anatomical similarity in the upper airway that was not getting them tolerated. And they were probably the better candidates for surgery. But then, it was like the ENT was talking of it, so they would talk of surgery. We are talking of it, we want to talk of PAP therapies. And then cross-references, evaluation of every patient like it is done in oncology, that you do a board meeting and everyone sit across and get to a point is not done in OSA repeatedly. So that's a difficult understanding. But then there are certain benefits that come out of PAP therapy, and the benefits are probably more as compared to the abnormalities that can be caused. So that's the answer, and you keep the answer longer when you don't know the answer.
Later on, during the tea break. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an intriguing session. I would like to request our respective chairpersons, Dr. Suryakant sir and Dr. D.P. Mishra sir, to hand over the mementos to Dr. A.K. Singh sir as a symbol of our deep reverence and gratitude. I request our Honorable Principal Sir, Professor Dr. Sudhir Kumar, to kindly honor our chairperson, Dr. Suryakant sir.
I request our guest of honor, Dr. Sunita Tiwari ma'am, to kindly honor our chairperson, Dr. D.V. Mishra sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are privileged to have amongst us as our next speaker, Dr. Rishi Sethi, sir, Professor at Department of Cardiology, King George's Medical University, Lucknow. Sir will be speaking on sleep disorders and cardiovascular health, the subtle link. I request you to kindly grace the stage, sir. And to chair this session, I would like to kindly invite Dr. Sunita Tiwari, ma'am, former head of Department of Physiology, King George's Medical University, Lucknow, and presently Professor in Department of Physiology at RNL Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow. And also Dr. Abhay Kumar Srivastava, sir, Professor at HIMSS Barabanki.
Dr. Rishi Sethi. He needs no introduction. I have already said something little about him. He is Professor of Cardiology at KGMU. He is Dean Innovations at KGMU. I think he is innovating some equipment in collaboration with IIT Kanpur, I suppose. And he's doing a great job. This is the need of the time. Innovation is the need of the time, and I think he will go a long stretch. And I'm hopeful that he will come up with some new innovation which will help the public, the diseased people in the country. He is Executive Director, School of International Biodesign, Synergizing Healthcare Innovation, Entrepreneurship at King George's Medical University, and Senate member of IIT Kanpur. He has several fellowships, Fellowship of FRCP, Edinburgh, FRCP London, Fellowship of American College of Cardiology, Fellowship of European Society of Cardiology, Fellowship of Asian Pacific Society of Interventional Cardiology, Fellowship of Cardiological Society of India, Indian Society of Cardiology, National Academy of Medical Sciences, and many more. Many awards to his credit. Professor Gavendra Young Investigator Gold Medal Award 2019. Dr. P.C. Didwania CSI Preventive Cardiology Research Award. Health Icon Award in Cardiology 2019. He was awarded Atal Samman in 2018 on Atal Jayanti. A.B. Gandhi Award for Excellence in Cardiology for the Best GM Cardiology Thesis, a gold medal and a research grant of 75,000 rupees, and Cardiological Society of India Travel Award for Best Research Paper in 2007 at the 59th Annual National Conference of CSI in Hyderabad in 2007. a lot more from his credit, but not taking much time, I'll request him to start his talk. Thank you.
And I think everything that was supposed to be said about sleep apnea, obstructive sleep apnea, has already been spoken by the wise words of Professor Surikant. And a very, very exhaustive and interesting talk by Dr. A.K. Singh. So we were just having a chat with Dr. Singh that, how come the cardiologist is speaking in a conference in a CME, which is dedicated for respiratory physicians, predominantly physiologists and people who have special interest in sleep. So somewhere during my fellowship days in Singapore, I came across this big multi-centric research of how obstructive sleep apnea affects cardiovascular system. It was called as the Sleep Understand study, and I was part of the protocol for 5 years. But initially, it was only because I wanted to, be a part of the research protocol and publish some nice papers. I was not really convinced about what impact will OSA have on cardiovascular symptoms or pathophysiology. But over the years, I have felt that, and that's why I have taken the liberty, Dr. Shweta, of changing the title a little bit. The title said, OSA and cardiovascular disease, the subtle link. I don't feel there is a subtle link here. There's a very, very stark and very, very important link here. And apart from, all the things that lead to daylight sleepiness, like motor vehicle accidents, like, your functionality of the day decreases. It's actually the stroke and more importantly the cardiovascular outcomes that have the more profound effect in patients of obstructive sleep apnea, be it heart failure, be it hypertension, be it acute coronary syndromes, myocardial infarctions. So I think there's a very, very important link, and I will try to, not, of course, many of my slides will be repetition of what has already been told, but I will try to, keep your interest alive in terms of what my take on it is, and some really nice statistics that will help us understand how important is the problem from a cardiovascular point of view. So, the great French poet said centuries ago, not realizing that his words over the next few centuries would resonate with patients of obstructive sleep apnea. And he said that sleep is a reward for some, but a punishment for others. And I think it holds true for all the patients of who suffer a lot. Help them as physicians, and sometimes realizing it and being frustrated that the therapies offered are not perfect, and there may be side effects of many of these therapies, both in terms of inconvenience and maybe certain side effects that we don't know as yet. So these patients suffer, and it is not new. This is a brilliant article from 1985, which links snoring as a risk factor for hypertension and myocardial infarctions and angina pectoris. So, 2 points, 2 myths probably that occur, or clarification I would say, they have been already told by Dr. Singh, but I would like to repeat them. That we have always related OSA to obesity. That's absolutely not true. Some of the people with very severe, OSAs will have absolutely lean and thin body structures. That's one point. And the other fact is that we have linked snoring to OSA. Now, all OSA would be snorers, but all snorers would not be OSA. So this is something that all OSA people who severe OSA will have some daytime somnolence. But at the same point of time, as Dr. Singh said earlier, every person who feels sleepy during the day or lazy during the day is not suffering from OSA. So these are small clarifications that we need to have in our mind, and let's proceed from here. So we have already been told by what kind of apnea sleep breathing disorders can happen very exhaustively in my earlier talk today. But of course, central sleep apneas have got central origin. You have an episode of apnea, but there is no increase in respiratory effort. At the same point of time, obstructive sleep apnea originates from your upper respiratory tract, your pharynx, and here you have episodes of apnea, but they are associated with very vigorous increase in respiratory efforts so as to unconsciously trying to overcome that obstruction that your pharynx is facing. So, sleep disorders are characterized by recurrent episodes of narrowing or collapse of the radial wall, leading to a variety of changes. You have snoring, you have periods of arousals in your sleep, and you don't realize it. And how dramatic are the arousals? I will come to that in a few slides. We feel that patients wakes up 4, 5, 6 times a night, and that's why he feels uncomfortable. The story in reality is somewhat very, very different. So you have frequent arousals during sleep, and when you have frequent arousal during sleep, even without the fact that you are realizing that you are waking up multiple times in your sleep, it does not allow the normal physiological nocturnal rhythm to be maintained. So your physiology goes with the up-down circulation of sympathetic overdrive versus parasympathetic overdrive, then again sympathetic overdrive, again parasympathetic overdrive. It creates havoc to your physiology, and that havoc to your physiology at night time has its effect on your various body systems, and I will be talking about the cardiovascular systems as we move forward. And of course, you have derangements in blood gases, you have periods of hypoxemia, which again, are not, will have profound physiological effect. It's already been told that apnea is generally, there are various definitions, and let's not go into the detailed science of it, but apnea generally means the cessation of respiration for more than 10 seconds, and hypopnea is the decrease in the airflow, of the same duration associated with arterial desaturations or arousals. We already been told, when we have already seen the slides, as soon as you have some, I'll try to point it if I can, but on your right side is when you have obstruction, you have severe obstruction, you have arterial desaturations, you have arousals, you have deep snoring, but still some airflow is going on. It's hypopnea, but if there is a complete cessation of airflow, it will be classified as an apnea episode. So why does it happen during the daytime? Because in daytime, the patient of OSA are conscious, they are awake, and they can compensate for the airway obstruction by increasing the activity of upper respiratory area. But during sleep, the muscles in your upper respiratory are absolutely relaxed. You have no voluntary control over them, and they tend to collapse back, and also associated with body posture, because when you're lying on your back, there's more tendency of your tongue and your soft palate to fall back on the posterior pharyngeal wall. And how does obesity come? Obesity we all know. So obesity is linked in 2 ways in pathophysiology. One is that it will increase your soft tissue in your pharynx, and that increase in that soft tissue in your pharynx in the outer pharyngeal wall will actually narrow down the airway so as to precipitate and predisposing OSAs. And at the same point in time, your abdominal obesity will give a pressure or up pressure on your diaphragm while you are sleeping. Your lungs remain in a little contracted form when you are sleeping in an obese patient, and it will decrease the traction force of the lung which the lungs have on the upper respiratory airways so as to keep them open. So the loss of this traction force of the lung by compression of diaphragm in an obese patient and the increase in the soft tissue in the pharyngeal wall both contribute to higher incidence of obesity higher incidence of OSA in obese patients. So repetitive and partial closure of upper airway results in asthenia, arterial desaturation, episodes of sympathetic and parasympathetic overdrive leading to hypertension, arrhythmia. Again, we generally feel that it's an increase in the sympathetic drive, but if you delve down later in a more detailed manner, there are actually surges of sympathetic as well as of the parasympathetic system, and they may occur for hundreds of times in the night. So it's not a question of just 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 episodes in the night. And what does AHI actually mean and how it translates to? Let's see a normal report that we get in a normal outpatient setting when polysomnography has been done at home. Of course, there are detailed versions and there are better versions where you should get yourself sleep tested in hospitals, where an EEG, a lot of things are recorded simultaneously. But a really handy tool is also to get yourself tested in the comfort of your home, and those will lead to your oxygen saturation levels during sleep, your snoring activities, and the movement of your chest and your walls, and they can give you a pretty reasonable picture. I would say not as good as a hospital diagnosis, but a reasonably accurate diagnosis. And look at this data. This is very recently, last week, one of them. Now, what do we mean by this 29? Now, come back a little lower. I don't know if you can see it. You have apnea episodes as 176, and you have hypopnea episodes including 97, around 250 episodes in the night. And how is it calculated? You divide the sleeping time, 9 hours here, and you get an AHI index. Apnea, hypopnea events happening per hour is the AHI index. So AHI index of 30 means per hour you are having episodes of apnea and hypopnea related, resulting in your unconscious arousal in the night 30 times per hour in the night, and for a normal 6 to 8 hours, they really contribute to your waking up in the night around 200 times without realizing. Imagine the kind of havoc it will be creating to your physiology and your overall body well-being. So that's the problem. The magnitude problem is not just 1 or 2, episodes of awakening, but it's hundreds of episodes that cause that problem, and that happening every night of your life, and will have catastrophic outcomes in the long run. So sometimes it's very nice to read editorials and nice articles. So somebody has described obstructive sleep apnea in an editorial comment in 2013 in the Journal of American Cardiology, and he says these are patients who have a breathless heart when only neck is deep down in water. So it's like these patients have been forced to put their neck down in water multiple times in the night, and how the cardiology, the cardiovascular system, and other body systems will react to that. That's the problem. That's the magnitude of the problem in the patients of severe OSA. Now, coming to the theme of my talk today is the relationship of OSA with cardiovascular disease. Whenever these patients, we've already discussed some of those points, whenever the patients with obstructive sleep apnea, you get episodes, multiple episodes of hypoxemia, reoxygenation, hypercarbia, increase in interthoracic pressure changes, frequent arousals. They will lead to problems with your autonomic nervous systems, endothelial dysfunctions, vasoreactivity. They will cause inflammation. They will affect your coagulation pathways. They will affect your metabolic. They will have metabolic deregulations, which will lead to or contribute to hypertension, congestive heart failures, cardiac arrhythmias, cardiac ischemias, and cerebrovascular disease. So this is the basic step-by-step pattern, and we can discuss about these diseases and specifically how much they are related in the next few slides. So smoking is not a benign condition, and the link with the cardiovascular system is not subtle. It's very, very profound. It's very, very prominent. So the epidemiology, basic epidemiology, that between the age groups of 30 and 70, approximately 13% of men and 6% of women will have moderate to severe forms of OSA, means AHI value greater than equal to 15 per hour. And it is estimated that 50 to 60% of obese people and people with metabolic syndrome will also have some or other degree of OSA. The screening tools described elegantly by our previous speaker, but thick, short neck circumference greater than 17 inches, and those patients who have, I would not say all patients with hypertension, AF, and heart failure should be screened for OSA, but those patients who are unlikely candidates, who have young patients who have resistant hypertension. And I would say, I can't take names from the privacy, but in our own university, I had at least 10 to 12 young faculties who were being treated for resistant or difficult to control hypertension. And following CPAP, few people I can offhandedly remember are now on single drug, or one of them who used to have a blood pressure of 180 or 110 on 3 antihypertensive therapies is down to like 2.5 or 5 milligram and not again, just by the use of CPAP device and reduction of body weight. So those patients who are unlikely candidates, and unexplained heart failure, no link in a young patients. In a young patient, atrial fibrillation. These are all the things that should prompt us. Whenever there is a red flag that something is not fitting in the clinical picture, this patient is an unlikely candidate for this kind of cardiovascular disease. There is a time really to ask about the sowing habits, and then many times you will catch them, let the fish that way, and you might be able to help them. Which if you have treated them with the normal cardiovascular medications, would have proven both long-term and futile and frustrating. Of course, there are scores, for daytime sleepiness. Dr. Singh had already spoken about this score. This score basically tests how much you are having a sleeping, and these are screening tools. They point towards clinical indicators, and all these scores are screening tools that help you select patients who send for detailed sleep study later on, and these are the relevant tools, and they are also used in many of the clinical trials of obstructive sleep apnea. So, as I said that, the gold standard is polysomnography, and the gold standard way of doing it is in hospital in a controlled environment where you can control and record EEGs, chin movements, or shin muscle movements, and things like that. But more often than not, patients are highly uncomfortable going to a hospital to get a sleep study done, although that's the ideal way of doing it. So the shorter way of doing it is getting it done at home, where you have some basic parameters that at least give you a clear diagnosis if it's a moderate and a severe, and a borderline diagnosis you can again go back to your in-hospital clinical testing. So they are defined as AHI index of less than 5 is defined as normal. The normal person can also manage. Mild OSAs are 5 to 15, moderate are 15 to 13, and if you are more than equal to 30 episodes per hour of apnea and hypopnea, they would constitute severe form of OSA, and they would require some sort of either a CPAP or a surgical treatment, or anyhow. It's very difficult to manage these patients just from lifestyle modifications. Of course, lifestyle modification, control of obesity would be the most prominent of them. So this is the kind of things that you see. They have already been the cessation of airflow, and with the cessation of airflow, your oxygen saturations go down, your respiratory efforts keep on increasing. There comes a time when you wake up in the night, even without realizing that you're woken up, the respiratory becomes very respiratory efforts become very furious. Your oxygen saturations start to come up again, and the cycle is repeated again and again and again and again and again in the night, and that's the problem. We've already discussed that it's related in cardiovascular system to hypertension, heart failures, MI, arrhythmia, stroke. It's also related to dementia, motor vehicle accidents, attention deficit syndromes. So many things that it's being related to, but I'll be sticking my out only for cardiovascular system. So hypertension, about 50% of OSA patients are hypertensive. An estimated 30% of hypertensive will have some or other form of OSA, and it is classified as one of the independent markers for essential hypertension. For drug-resistant hypertension, the figures increase, and in one of the studies, myeloma, in resistant hypertension, the prevalence of some or the other form of the variant or the severity of OSA was present in up to 80% of resistant hypertension patients. So, in terms of therapy, you have to correct the OSA and also at the same point of time give them antihypertensive. There is no benefit of one drug over the other, but there is some hint that for ACE inhibitors that sometimes cause, this dry cough, that they should be really avoided in patients of OSA, so as to, some family is a contributory role. They may be avoided, otherwise all drugs are same for hypertension in OSA. For heart failures, OSA is detected up to 30 to 40 patients of heart failure resulting from systolic dysfunctions, and it may be the result of hypertension, nocturnal oxygen desaturation, and LVH and others according to it. And OSA, of course, contributes to the progression of heart failure as well in others because of some other reasons. Strokes are common because of blood pressure swings, reduction in cerebral blood flow, alteration of cerebral autoregulations, and so on and so forth. Now, cardiac arrhythmia, this is one thing that we generally feel that there is arrhythmias, and mostly bradyarrhythmias happen in obstructive sleep apnea, and whereas it is traditionally told that there is an increase in the sympathetic drive, there also occurs something called as a diurnal reflex, where intense vagal stimulations would also lead to these bradyarrhythmias. And in one of the European sleep's large clinical trials, European multicentric polysomnography study, there was a remarkably high prevalence of 59-60% of sleep apnea in patients who were already in heart replacement. So bradyarrhythmias also happen here, and this is very interesting, very, very interesting. If something is happening, does it lead to sudden cardiac death? At one point, we were discussing whether we should give. Is there any harm of giving CPAP for a very prolonged period of time? Is there any other harm of not doing it? Is there an instance of increase in sudden cardiac death? The data is not very clear, but what is clear is a very interesting fact, is that whereas in general population, sudden cardiac deaths happen early in the morning, between 6 a.m. and 10 to 12 noon time. In patients of OSA, sudden cardiac death happens between midnight and 6 a.m. That's a very, let's say, a thought-provoking statistics that should be researched and should be answered in a little larger studies of those that are difficult questions to answer. But this data is certainly scary for patients of obstructive sleep apnea. So myocardial infarction and ischemia, this was the precipitating reason why I got my interest, and now it was initially earlier only for research purposes, but now in the last 8-9 years, I felt that it's a very, very important contributor. I've seen numerous patients who have severe OSA and they present to the Department of Cardiology for various indications, risk, hypertension, heart failures, arrhythmias, strokes. But then you delve a little deeper into their history and you feel that they were suffering from OSA without realizing that at most start time the catchment diagnosis is resistant hypertension. If you have hypertension in a young patient, in an obese patient with thick neck, and it's difficult to treat, it will be bullseye 50-60% chances that you will find some sort of OSA in this particular patient. So I was a part of a very large study during my fellowship in Singapore, and then after that, when I joined here, we continued as an academic consortium between various leading academic institutions of the world, and we published something that was a very high impact publication. I happen to be the second author in that. It's called as the Obstructive Sleep Apnea and Cardiovascular Events After Angioplasty. The study was called as the Sleep and Stent Study. At that point of time, circulation is an impact factor of 8.9. Now it's somewhere around 24, 25. So this is probably one of the papers that I am proud of. But at that point of time, when truth be told, I was only interested in getting a paper published and getting the study done. Only later on, I realized how important it was from a clinician's point of view and how I can help my patients with this knowledge. This was followed by a series of papers, very landmark papers in various studies for cardiovascular. And what can we do about it? OSAs, it has been already discussed. We have control obesity, we can control sleep position, so we are not sleeping with our back to the bed, but our side to the bed. That can be done, and of course, CPAP and various things. CPAP has been shown clearly to decrease motor vehicle accidents, to decrease blood pressure, and to decrease daytime sleepiness and alertness levels, and also increase in stroke levels. And of course, there are surgical methods which were elegantly described by Dr. A.K. Singh. I will not go into detail. I would like to, wake you up from your sleep because of, repeated discussions about OSA and why it happens. Let's make our life and the life of people around us better by better diagnosis, early diagnosis, and effective treatment of patients with severe CSA. And may you all have a good night's sleep. Thank you.
Now, House is open for any question if it is there.
Yes, I want to know whether the drivers, like city bus drivers, truck drivers, should undergo this type of test and diagnose.
That's an extremely public health importance question. And if you ask me, then definitely, pilots and commercial drivers and drivers of public vehicle definitely need to be subjected to, this should be a part of, they keep on doing all these unnecessary tests in these patients like TMTs and echo, which have got no value. Every time, I remember like 300 drivers of UP Road Transport Corporation came to us for the cardiology evaluation. But I think that it's thought that has never occurred to me, but I think it's a very important suggestion that from a public health point of view we should be giving. I'm not even sure if the airline pilots go through it, but it must be, they should be doing it.
Very good, thank you, sir. I would like to ask you, why he's hypertensive, and whenever he takes a capsule, he gets up with a favorite sleep apnea. He's so distracted, he's so disturbed, he says that he cannot breathe properly and he gets up with sleep.
No, so every sleep disturbance we cannot label as sleep apnea. Only if he's a habitual and a heavy snorer. At the same point of time, he also has hypertension. All severe OSAs will be snorers. But all snoring people who snore, or all people who have difficulty in sleep for one reason or the other, may not be OSA. So we need to make a diagnosis. And first important question is, if he's not taking the counselor, is he snoring heavily in the night? If the answer is yes, then we need to subject him to a sleep study. If the answer is no, then the sleep study is not required. Okay. Then he should be subjected to sleep study. What will it do if it shows a mild derangement with an AHI index of 10, 12, 15? Nothing needs to be done. I mean, just diagnose it, but then you treat your hypertension, you cut down on your body weight, increase your physical activity level. Yeah. So again, if the AHI index is higher than 30 in him, the patient that I showed 29 was again a doctor in RML Institute, lean and thin guy, and he had an AHI of 30. So if the AHI value is higher, more than 25, 30, 35, then certainly he would benefit from a CPAP device. We need to, if he is a habitual snorer, the answer is he should be subjected to a sleep study.
Thanks, Professor Rishi, and with the permission of, if there is no question, we can close this session.
Thank you, sir, for educating the floor on this crucial interrelationship of sleep and cardiovascular health. I would like to request our respected chairpersons, Dr. Smita Tiwari ma'am and Dr. Abhay Kumar Srivastava sir, to hand over the mementos to Dr. Rishi Sethi sir as a symbol of our deep reverence and gratitude. I request respected Principal Professor Sudhir Kumar Sir to kindly honor our Chairperson Dr. Sunita Tiwari ma'am. I request our Principal Professor Sudhir Kumar Sir to kindly honor our Chairperson Dr. Abhay Kumar Srivastava sir. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Shraddha Kanchan ma'am, Associate Professor in the Department of Physiology, HIMSS Barabanki, and Sleep Clinic in charge at Shekhar Hospital, Lucknow, and also Organizing Secretary of LINCS 2023. Today she will be speaking on the sleeping brain, a master of orchestra in action. I request you to kindly raise the stage, ma'am. And to chair this session, I would like to kindly invite our Dr. R.R. Singh, the Head of Department of Medicine at HIMSS Barabanki, and Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, sir, Professor in Department of Medicine at HIMSS Barabanki. So please.
A very good morning to one and all. It is really a privilege to be speaking on this gathering which is exclusively directed towards sleep. Sleep is something which everybody does. It's an integral part of our existence, but unfortunately not every one of us is aware of the vital importance of sleep, and one should be aware of not just sleep disorders, which were discussed in the previous lectures, but also sleep in general, as how important it is to each one of us. Now, this is something I would really like each one of you to think out in your mind. What will happen if you read, especially my students, you're reading and you're forgetting. You're putting all-nighters, doing a lot of hard work, but not remembering much of what you read. Or you can't learn playing the piano, which you're very interested in. You put in first, but actually the learning is not happening. You're not learning the way you should learn, like an expert. The trundle fan never seems to burn out is a very common problem post 40s in Indians and around the world. Despite exercise, despite the diet being good, there is this struggle and this obesity. What the reason is, and that you easily get into trouble one around you. So there is something which is behind, something which is a link between all this, and that's something that misses a good night's sleep, which was taken for granted. And once that good night's sleep is missed, we can definitely land up into all these troubles related to a cardiovascular system, as Sir said, related to the respiratory system, the first speaker said, related to the metabolic arrangements, and most importantly, related to the brain. Because brain is actually that which governs the entire body physiology. I'll be speaking today on something very basic, and I'll be speaking very quick, because I'm sure everybody must be a little hungry by now. So let's start. Now, the evolution has put on a lot of turmoil on the human health. We have a lot of organs have gone vestigial, a lot of functions have changed, but not sleep. Across the millions and millions of years of evolution, we have retained this one thing, and that is sleep. Why is it? A state of inactivity, a state where the mental faculties are diminished, a state where a person is susceptible to predators, like animals are susceptible to predation when they are asleep. But still it is retained. What are those gifts of sleep to the mind and the body, which has helped it bear all the turmoils of millions of years, and it is retained. So definitely it is playing a lot of important role in the body physiology, in the way of your brain and the body being nourished every night in sleep. As has been rightly said, it is not the end of a day, it is the beginning of a new day. And what sleep exactly does, we just see in the coming slides. And the important thing is, if you're going to live to be 90, for 32 years you'll be sleeping. So out of the 90 years of existence, 32 years you spend in bed. And despite that, sleep is, we are ignorant about it. And humans, despite this being a scientific community, it's really something not to be happy about. We are the only race who is voluntarily, they're cutting off their sleep. Voluntarily cutting off their sleep, and this voluntary sleep deprivation is giving us something which is ill health, which is depression, which is metabolic disorders, which is bad temperament and whatnot. So, and to begin with, it's a very short talk, so I won't take much of your time. But I'll just take you in this simple 2 minutes into the history of sleep. So there was this physiologist, head of the Department of Physiology in the University of California, Dr. Nathaniel Kleitman, and he's the father of sleep research. He was so much interested and intrigued by sleep that he asked his student, second-year medical student, who then was Dr. William Dement, that you do one thing, sit in front of, he had a child, an infant of 1 year. So he said, William, you sit with your child, make up your mind and see how the eyeball moves. So that was a tough job to do. Sleep is a tough job. Sleep technicians and sleep physicians' job is tough. It's an all-night job. So just the mentor was passionate, the student also was passionate. He sat across the nights, watching the pupil of his child, and he would say, sir, it's dual. Sometimes the eye pupil is stable, and I see nothing, no movement, and sometimes the pupil seems to move. That was the first time, and it was 50 years, for somewhere around 1950s, that this discovery was made, that sleep is in 2 parts. So this, as a science, is not more than 100 years old. It is new. That is why when we thought about this program, we decided we will talk about the multiple and the wide spectrum of sleep, which contains everything from the basic science and research to the medicine and to ENT and all other specialties. So, the best part was that Dr. William Dement, who is a renowned and who died 4 years back, Dr. Dement was very passionate about sleep and he had a borderline in his class. So if anybody used to sleep, he used to point it out that student, and the student had to then stand up and say, drowsiness is dead error. Though he had dedicated places for nap in his classroom also, that was the kind of importance he gave to sleep, despite being the professor in psychiatry and neuroscience, being a very young person. These people never took sleep for granted. And what was more interesting was that Dr. Nathaniel Kleitman lived to be 104 and Dr. William Dement 91. And many of the sleep research, I was just curious looking at that data, is that this has having to do with the way we have been very meticulous about our sleeping habits? Perhaps. Sleep is not something we can take for granted. Okay, so the talk, each one of us have heard, sleep does a lot to the memory. But what it actually does, it consolidates. But what is this consolidation? What are the centers that are working tirelessly day in day out to give us that perfect memory? So, in a few minutes, let's just get this enigma clear. What it does is, just in temporal lobe, there's a structure called the hippocampus. Hippocampus is that structure which consolidates, means it reorganizes all that you have heard in the daytime into fixed, permanent memory patterns in the nighttime. This is consolidation. So, during the daytime, we receive. During the night time, we reflect and reorganize. Not everything that we learn in the day is, you listen to lectures and you forget, some you take. And who does the decision? It is not unconscious, it's something that our decisions are taken, and permanent footprints in the form of neuronal junctions are made, and these stay for a long period of time. They are sustained again by the mechanism between hippocampus and cortex, and we form permanent memory. This memory is a gift of sleep. If you are neglecting sleep, you are risking yourself turning into a Rajini at some time. If the deprivation goes on for a very long time, and for a large extent, then memory certainly is going to falter and suffer. So, it is definitely a slow attack on hippocampus. That is what sleep deprivation leads us to. So, there are trillions and trillions of neurons in the brain. Whenever we think about something, or whenever memory has to be consolidated, then pathways of neurons are formed, and these pathways stay in their cortex, in the neocortex, and they are located there, and they can be retrieved at different points of sleep. Again, there are two types of sleep. One is the REM and one is non-REM sleep. So which one helps you to make memories? Both actually. Though the common myth is it is the REM sleep which is helping in memory consolidation, which is not true. It is actually slow wave sleep, the slow wave all the time. What is this brain of yours? It is nothing but a versatile mass of blood vessels and tissues with thousands and thousands of neurons into it and lots of electrical activity going inside it. So what happens is that during your non-REM sleep, that is your restful sleep, that is the initial part of the night, you have memory imprints being built on. During the REM sleep, that is in the early morning hours, when the sleep is just minus chaotic and sleep is a bit disturbed, that is rapid eye movement sleep. If time will permit, I'll take it out, I'll just extend it to it, otherwise we just stick to it. So that is a time when information is coming from different parts of your brain. Supposing you have a problem today, and you can't solve it. You sleep over that problem. Maybe tomorrow morning you have the answer to it. What is the reason behind it? The reason is your REM sleep. Your REM sleep draws information from different parts of the cortex, different parts of the memory which is hidden in the nooks and corners of your brain, and assimilates it and then produces an answer. Very same reason, if you remember your students, I think you should be able to detect it because it's something you just crossed by. The structure of benzene was discovered in a dream or during sleep. The periodic table of elements that also struck in a dream. So the scientist who discovered it was dreaming. He said I was in a dream, and when I suddenly woke up, everything fell into place and I just jotted it down. So sleep is a bit of an enigma, but it is also an eye opener, a big one to keep us physiologically robust and in the best of health. Okay. Now, this is a very, very important and a very interesting experiment which was recently conducted by Robert Harris in the year 2016, and it is the most proclaimed experiment in the scientific world. So I'll just simplify it for you. What Dr. Robert and his team did, they took 3 mice, 3 rodents. Now mice also have hippocampus of memory consolidation. They were placed in experimental condition. 3 objects were given to them, and they also are very curious rodents, are very curious, so they made spatial orientation. Here is the bottle, here is the box, and here is something else. Then the next day, after they had the sleep, they were examined for how much time they were given to each object on the other day. Because they had made spatial orientation during sleep, they gave a specific amount of time to it. But on the 3rd day, they were sleep deprived with some other objects being displayed in the daytime. They were sleep deprived, and this was it was an epoch, the discovery that the next day when they were, those who were sleep deprived, they actually forgot where these articles were, and they were giving time to it, and they were like, because when they were sleep deprived, they didn't understand where the articles were, and it was as if they were looking at it for the first time, the time duration was like that. So that one discovery led the scientists to further investigate what they found out was inside the hippocampus, there are neurons, and all these neurons, there are dendrites, and all these dendrites, there are spines, which you can see over here, and in the non-sleep deprived, there are thousands of spines developing over the course of a single night, and when you're sleep deprived, you have absolutely a lack of spines, up to the extent of 17%, and that is happening every single night. So not just hippocampus is getting damaged, but memories are not being formed. So there is a saying by Matthew Walker, who is the most famous sleep researcher of today's world, and he says it is not practice which makes you perfect, but practice with sleep, because practice is what you do in the day, and sleep is what helps you consolidate when you're lying. When you're sleeping, the brain is still working. The brain is not passive when you're sleeping. So this practice with sleep that actually makes us perfect. So students should never skip sleep to get good marks. They won't. They will never get it. Okay, so now for those who are new to sleep, this is a very basic hypnogram of sleep, and what it shows us that sleep has 2 parts. One is the non-rapid eye movement sleep, and the other is the rapid eye movement sleep. In the initial part of the sleep, these are the hours and these are the stages. You have the non-REM sleep, which is a restful sleep. That is when you say, I slept like a log. When you're tired and you go to bed, you have that restful sleep, which is the non-rapid eye movement sleep, and gradually gets deeper and deeper. That is from stage N1 to stage N2 and stage N3, which is the deep sleep. And initially, in the initial hours of sleep, you have a lot of deep sleep. Across the course of the night, deep sleep keeps getting lesser and lesser, and you have more of this is the REM sleep, which is more in the early hours of the morning. Now, as the previous speaker, Dr. Rishi Sethi sir, he said that most of the cardiovascular accident or cardiovascular accident they turn up in early part of the morning, in the later part of the night. That is precisely the reason, because this is the time you are in the REM sleep, and this is the time, that is the time your body is almost in a, mind is like in a chaos, sympathetic activities on, and definitely it is the harbinger of cardiovascular accidents. So again, there are this two-process model of sleep. Two-process model is the most scientifically accepted model. Why do you sleep? The basic question is, okay, we use sleep, but why? It is guided by two basic simple phenomena. One is the homeostatic drive, which is the process S, and the other is the circadian drive, which is the process C. So what is this process S? So process S is the more hard work you are putting, the physical efforts you are putting, the way your body is getting tired, you are accumulating metabolic waste like uranotetrases, adenosine, and whatnot inside the brain, and this metabolic and many of these elements are then acting upon the sleep switch and putting us to sleep. So that kind of homeostatic drive or the push to sleep is generated by the physical activity and the metabolic waste loss as a result. There is a circadian drive. So circadian drive is determined by melatonin level, which is controlled by zeitgebers or predators in the form of sunlight. Sunlight is the most important zeitgeber, or sunlight gives you the hint or tells your body that this is day, this is night, and night is the time for melatonin to secrete. That is why we say it is not good to stay late night with artificial lights, because the body doesn't understand or differentiate sun from a tube light. And you are definitely risking yourself shifting your face to a later part of phase delay. That is, you can end up into a disease which is called delayed sleep wake phase disorder. You can end up into circadian disorders. So circadian drive is regulated by melatonin, and melatonin keeps rising till it reaches a dim light melatonin onset threshold, which is 2 to 3 hours before your bedtime. Then when you reach that threshold, again there is a steady rise, you start feeling sleepy, and this is for a person who sleeps at around 10. The homeostatic is at its peak, the circadian is at its peak, and the person is sleepy. This is how sleep ensures. Now there is one more thing, which is called the amygdala. So this amygdala nuclei, they are on the side of the hippocampus, and they have very interesting role to perform. They are quieted during sleep, and during wake they are very active. They are slightly active in the REM sleep also, and what they do is very interesting, that they dissociate all the emotional content from the memories you form. You have a fight with your friend, a very good fight that you shouldn't have, and you say, I will not forget this person, never. After a few days, I should say a few nights of sleep, you won't forget. Maybe after a few weeks, you actually do forget, and after a few months, you're friends again. So what happens and how it happens because of this amygdala nucleus, which is suppressed in sleep, and if it were not to happen, you do thousands of meditative practices and still you're not sleeping well, so your temperament will not be emotionally balanced. That is for sure. This is again a gift of sleep to us. And the most important slide, if you want to forget everything of what I told today, must remember a single slide. This is new. This is very important. Just remember this slide. And what it says, it speaks clearly. This is what sleep is doing. This is the housekeeping of the brain. During wake, we are collecting metabolites, waste products. When we are sleeping, the brain does not have lymphatics like the body has. So there is no network to clear the waste products. What it has, and it was discovered in the year 2012, and so that is, it's a very recent discovery. The sleep has a system called the lymphatic system, which is made up of estrobel cell, and these cells along the arteries, along the paravascular arteries, these cells, with every arterial pulse, lot of CSF comes inside the different nooks and corners of the brain, in the intercellular spaces, whatever waste products you have collected as a course of your day-long activity, with every venous pulsation to switch that. So that is a wonderfully simple and unique mechanism how waste clearance occurs in the brain. And what is more unique is it happens only and only when you sleep. So if you are not sleeping, house sleeping is not active. It's just like taking the room in Hotel Taj, a great beautiful room, you take a suit, And then there is no housekeeping. So what happens? I mean, in the absence of housekeeping, nothing works. No laundry being done, the room is messy, no clothes being done, no utensils being done, and then you would not like to live in this room. Same happens with sleep. If you're not sleeping, this lymphatic is not working, and the brain is not being cleared of its metabolic waste products, and you're not rejuvenated for the day. And what more? We have a neurologist sitting here. You are collecting hundreds and thousands and millions of beta amyloids of such proteinaceous waste products, which can ultimately help you land up into degenerative conditions like Alzheimer's disease. And a clogged up brain will never work for long. So sleep is needed to clear it. It's a housekeeping. We cannot do away with sleep. So this is how it happens. So a lot of CSF is coming along the arteries, percolating every neuron, every intracellular space in the night, in the deep sleep, and this is coming with the arterial pulse, and all the waste products are being taken back along the venous pulse, and then they are being sent back. So this is how the brain is actually getting clean and detoxificated, and it happens only in sleep. Now, sleep has something also to do with the endocrine system, which we are very well aware of. The important thing is that in the body there are peripheral circadian oscillators, which are present in the pancreas, present in the lungs, everywhere. That is why it is important to maintain the circadian to actually manage a good circadian and robust circadian rhythm, that is sleeping in the night and waking up in the daytime. Insulin sensitivity is decreasing if you're sleep deprived, so sleep deprivation increases your chances of developing diabetes. After 1 week of sleep deprivation, your glucose level is in the pre-diabetic range and you're at the risk of becoming diabetic. Then it inhibits the thyroid stimulating hormone. Growth hormone is needed in slow wave sleep. That is why whenever there is a spurt of growth in the early childhood, children tend to sleep so long and so they sleep so deep. It's just because we have to have this growth hormone for growth. Again, another way of sleeping, cortisol is higher than sleep deprivation, so you'll be still in that sympathetic zone if you're not getting good sleep, which is not good. And orexin activity, orexin is a neurohormone of sleep. It inhibits leptins. You tend to eat more if you're sleep deprived, and then you eat more, you tend to become obese. This picture, by the way, it is the cover of Pickwick's paper, which is the most famous work of Charles Dickens. And the first mention of a sleep disorder was not by a doctor, was not by a scientist, but was by somebody from the world of fiction, and a very beloved author, Charles Dickens. So this is from his book. Okay. And last, but never the least, sleep has very, very important role in immunity. Studies were conducted when COVID was at its peak and vaccines had developed in India, that those who had got the vaccination, Covaxin or the other one, and if they had slept well, the antibody titer was much better than otherwise. Otherwise also, sleep enhances the T cells, sleep enhances the formation of immunological memory, and all these are problems with sleep loss, sleep too. So, these are the matrix. I think I'll just take 5 more minutes. So these are the metrics which will chart how do we know that you have good sleep or a bad sleep. You have to know these metrics. They are very important. First is the subjective sleep quality. That is, how do you wake up when you woke up in the morning? That's absolutely clear. Did you wake up with an alarm, or somebody from the house had tried to shake you, wake you up, to wake you up? That is a subjective thing. Second is your sleep duration. Did you sleep the adequate number of hours? There is never a magic number. Nobody, if he or she says that 6 to 7 hours is the magic number for adult, that's a myth. Absolutely wrong. There's nothing like a fixed sleep number for adults. People can be short sleepers. I've often been asked when I'm addressing a community about sleep, मोदी जी तो 4 घंटे सोते हैं, वो कैसे सोते थे? So, this question is not being asked, but I'll answer it here because this question many people have. Somebody is good with 4, somebody is good with 8, somebody with 10, somebody with 6. Well, the majority of people, more than 95% of us, need 6 to 7 hours of sleep. But genetically, there are people who are short sleepers. They are good with 4 hours sleep. They will do everything perfectly. They will not have daytime somnolence. They will wake up without an alarm. They are those who have genetically. The genes are like that, they are good with that. But not everybody can copy them. There are those on the other extreme who are long sleepers, who will sleep for 10 hours. And who may need those 10 hours to perform perfectly. You cannot copy them either. They are not lazy ones, but they have been genetically framed in a way that they need that much. So what the point I want to make it, whatever needs of your body is given to the body. 6 hours, 7 hours, and you want the best. And how you want is simple question. Can you wake up feeling fresh in the morning without an alarm and you don't have excessive daytime sleepiness in the day hours? Then you have had a good night's sleep, refreshing sleep, you've got what you needed, and you are not sleep deprived. Again, sleep timing, you have to be regular in the sleep time. And regularity is the most important point in sleep hygiene. If it is not regular, it is not helping. Because sleep debt is something you cannot catch up on weekends. You can say, we are students, very tough life for us. When we get the privilege of sleep, we come back at 5, then we have 4, 5 hours, we sleep on Sunday. It's not helping. Because one very important line, and I think some of you already have, one has added into stubble, which is perfectly understandable. So the timeline is that sleep debt can only be repaid with sleep and that will never sleep. So what damage is happening in one night, you cannot repay with the next night of extra sleeping. It is not like a bank. Sleep cannot be repaid. If you are depriving yourself of something mental, subjective manipulations are happening every night. That is why cancers are on the rise. That is why obesity is on the rise. Sleep loss is directly proportional to so many physicians sitting here. They are very well aware. The chairpersons are most esteemed doctors in our hospital. So you are really experiencing metabolic syndromes on the rise. Maybe it has something to do with sleep or is a direct proportion to sleep. Okay, then efficiency you cannot calculate by yourself. You need a PhD to tell for that or an active that is how much time you spend divided by the time you spend 200. So it should be more than 90% for a good sleep or at least 85%. Latency is how long you took to sleep. It should be 10 to 20 minutes, not longer than that. And based on the wake after sleep onset, you shouldn't wake up once you're going to sleep. Once or twice is fine, but not long or frequent basis. Okay. Last but not the least, the most important side, what I feel, is to remember these 3 points as a take home. Sleep is a non-negotiable biological need, so don't tamper with it because we will have to pay the price. Growth of sleep science needs adequate educational training of clinicians in different specialties and researchers who are interested in sleep. And community awareness, which comes first. Along with the changing reimbursement policies in India, because they don't reimburse for sleep studies, is the urgent need of that. Thank you so much. And have a good sleep.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudha. Very nice and very useful. Any questions from the audience? We have
What is the relationship between sleep and consciousness?
Given me a tough nut to crack between sleep and consciousness. So consciousness as such in the sleep book, because it is something subtle or something, consciousness has not been defined in medical terminology. It is, or the way that we arrive when we perceive ourselves, that is consciousness. Dreams are something which we are studying a lot, and people say that during dreams, we, whatever conscious we had during we were awake, and whatever subconscious thoughts we can, we can get it from different corners and different insights of the brain when we are asleep. So, and then it takes some out of it. So they are not magical phenomena as many times are was thought of. So what I believe is between sleep and conscious, it is a state of your elaborate and expanded consciousness, which is much needed, more needful than your wake state to maintain an ideal body physiology. The robust physiology has to be a big thanks to sleep. Until you have good sleep, your conscious will not work well. Neither in the literal way nor in the medical way. Both ways.
One thing I will add, if you have a good sleep, your sixth sense will be activated. Because this has myself, I have also experienced. Many times, if you have good sleep, you can do the right judgment. If you have a lot of problems, you are not able to solve it, just go to sleep.
And there's a famous saying, if you have a problem, go to sleep with it, let the committee of sleep work on your problem. So there's a committee, the waves, different type of waves, and they are very beautiful to look at if you look at the EEG by the person's sleep. They all work actually, draw thoughts and emotions and memories from different parts of your brain and provide you with an answer. So very correctly said, that's
Why I ask this question is, consciousness has got stages, conscious mind, subconscious mind, or superconscious. whenever a person is in coma, he is in sleep. But what is the level of consciousness and how that you are interpreting? He is conscious. He is in sleep. He is having no physical movement, no mental activity, no emotional activity. But he is conscious.
He's not conscious, he's alive.
And this
One big thing is sleep is entirely reversible. With every sensory stimuli, you wake up. With a coma, you won't wake up. That is one big difference. Then, if you are examining sleep physiological parameters like EEG, EMG, ECG, and other, it has stages. Coma doesn't have any stage. So, with coma, you are in an irreversible state. With sleep, you are reversing every single morning, get up doing your work, then back to sleep. It's a cyclical process, natural process, reversible process. Coma is entirely coma is also a state of perverted consciousness, but it is sleep. It's so much different.
Point I want to ask you. I was really thinking of this. Nowadays, the new generation, what we were taught and we are practicing today also, continue to try and realize. But new generation is yet to invent and yet to rest. When I was at home, the children are sleeping. When I wake up, they are sleeping.
So it's a great matter of concern. It's a very honest concern. So in my class, all my students are in every single class, and at least I'm pointing out to 4 or 5. Did you sleep well? Why are you so drowsy? Are you teaching well? So this is the concern. They sleep at 3, and kids who are teenagers, they are also picking up. They are their leaders. They are their role models. They are also becoming like them. And one reason is in the teenage you need more sleep. That is biological. But the other reason is sleep hygiene is seriously impaired. People are not at all aware, not at all concerned about the basic principles of sleep hygiene, and sleep has a very, very bad society image. बहुत lazy है, बहुत सोते हैं. But if somebody is actually, and with kids, we should actually be pity towards them. They don't want to go to school actually, they're sleepy, and which is okay, they are fine, they are sleepy, they're not acting like they don't want to go to school. But because parents are very much concerned about the benefits of being awake and benefits of being asleep, which is a big irony and dilemma, which shouldn't be the case. In US, a lot of voices being raised by Sir William Tennant, whom I showed in the photograph, and his followers and students, that school life should start at 9. Give them sleep. They need it for brain development, they need it for thought processing. They are less, but I don't know how far it will go in our country, though we can start up with something like that. And what ma'am is saying is absolutely correct. And their words will fall short. See, Ayush, I think, is sleeping. Ayush is sleeping in the rooms. The one with specs. So, and Sir, Dr. William Tennant has specialized nap rooms in his classrooms also. That if so, you got your name spoken from the stage, Ayush, because he was asleep. So, Sir, Dr. William Tennant had a specialized nap rooms for his student. He was the biggest researcher in sleep. Because if you are asleep, you are perfectly allowed to go in those nap rooms, but not sleep in the classroom or the auditorium. And yes, what ma'am said is correct. Sleep hygiene should be a part and parcel of every class, every student, every MBBS, postgraduate resident, future specialty you are excelling in. But sleep hygiene is something very basic and it's missed.
So, I have a question. How will cafeteria affect the health? It's a question I bring into you. Obese patient, very young, 23 plus, working as a IT engineer, and he's very obese. There is history of
Chronic sleep. Ma'am, cafeteria is not considered one of the entities in sleep, which is of some pathological concern or many people do have. So, as in sleep, throughout sleep medicine, it is taught that cafeteria is like groaning in sleep. It is one thing physiologically coming to many people, but it's like somewhere at the bottom of parasomnia, maybe Dr. Nanda will know better, but I don't think any kind of treatment is needed for cafeteria, though hypertension has to be managed because hypertension in sleep, they are like these, they are like bread and butter. So if person is sleep deprived, we have hypertension, and hypertensives have an increased sympathetic tone, they will have sleep fragmentation. So that has to be taken care of. And might be there are, I don't have this much experience I can tell regarding this. No, it is a physiological process, no need to use, nothing much.
Yes, I would also like to
Yes.
ask you a question. Somewhere I have heard that sleep is having a U-shaped relation with metabolic disorders. So, a lot of time we talk about sleeplessness, insomnia. It is a serious subject for respiratory medicine because we like allergy also, I would see it. But excess of sleep, how much it can harm us? Nobody talks about that. So would you like to have something to say about that?
Yes. So one thing, we are a sleep deprived society, and India is the second most sleep deprived society in the world after Japan, which is not a thing to be proud of. So I haven't found many people who are, people say that we sleep a lot, but they sleep according to physiological needs. So like by choice, people sacrifice sleep. There are not many who sleep excessively by choice or have the leisure to do so, because actual societies where we have time limitations and work pressures and all that. But this excess sleep will definitely, if a person is sleeping excessively, it will harm. Though I haven't read research papers on it, just like excess of, you are going on a lot of food diet and taking a lot of flaxseed and all the fancy diet and all those things, but doing anything in excess is definitely not good. As a physiologist, so I would say excess of sleep is not good, but I did look up for research, but there weren't any in fact which talked about excess sleep. So it's a good question for me also, sir. I just go back and see what excess sleep can do. Because I have found people sleep deprived, but I've actually never found people who are actually voluntarily sleeping more. Because that's the kind of study we've done it up now.
So I have an answer, sir, for this. Because there is a circadian rhythm. According to the circadian rhythm, certain hormones are secreted at certain parts of the time. So if one person goes on sleeping, then that might harm the person. Instead of being awake if he is sleeping, and the hormones are reduced, then that will have a bad impact on the person.
Okay, thank you ma'am for the answer and thank you for you also. But there is one more thing I would like to have you clear from you. How would you relate the sleep with the midnight drop of the blood pressure?
So midnight drop, so there are a lot of physiological things which change in sleep.
We call it nocturnal dip.
Nocturnal dips. So it is exactly happening nocturnal dip and nocturnal and the changes in the body temperature. Now all the physiological parameters they undergo a paradigm shift when we sleep. So talking about the nocturnal change in blood pressure, so during sleep, especially in you're talking about the midnight time, that is the time when the parasympathetic drive is active. So that is the time when there are two centers in the brain. So during the night time, during the REM sleep, we have the amygdala which gets active and starts controlling the cerebrovascular system. And in the non-REM sleep, the other centers which are controlling sleep, they are parasympathetically driven, and that causes a dip in the blood pressure. And that is what leads to a nocturnal dip in blood pressure when a person sleeps, as well as a change in the core body temperature across the sleep, and which is at the lowest 4 hours before you wake up, that is CBT, and has great physiological implications in terms of your correcting of the circadian rhythm. So that shows it. All the parameters in the body physiology will vary when you sleep, when you wake, and what stages you are.
The sleeplessness, what will happen? The midnight drop will lose or will increase or what will happen?
Person is not sleeping, so then, so if a person is not sleeping, it could be a lot of reasons. Either he has sleep apnea, where the sympathetic surge is more, so definitely the drop won't be there. He's having insomnia, so sleeping in parts, and the sleep is fragmented. And insomnias also have lesser amount of nocturnal dip than normal people. So if there's sleeplessness, this will definitely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We can here.
So I was waiting for this session, and I was thinking the time is going, so maybe it is not coming today. So afternoon nap could be good nap, but I'll be very short. Sonia is going to be scared that it was about to end, but then I'm starting to completely. So there are good naps or bad naps. Nap is good if it is taken in the early part of the afternoon and for a short duration, like 30 to 45 minutes. Then without eating into your almost setting drive to sleep, it is good. But if you're napping at 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. for 1 hour, 2 hours, anytime you have for a longer time, it is eating into your own setting, trying to sleep, and you will not have a good, unregulated, consolidated sleep in the night. So a nap, then you just stand up into sleep, you are not going to one stage after that, the body is not going to do that sleep mode and outside time to sleep, now cycle 1, cycle 2, it is good. That's a power nap. It will rejuvenate you if you need it to take. But a long nap and a bad time nap, that's not healthy. Sleepwalking, I think you will have more insight in the next talk, which is on parasomnias. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Some people are called owls and some people are called owls.
Yes, sir.
So, do we physiologically explain it, or all owls are basically better?
So it is inbuilt, sir. Like the owls will wake up in the night, and the larks and most of the people are intermediate prototypes. The prototype which is inbuilt. Some people, for some of my students, it is easy to wake up at 4 a.m. and study, and somebody can never wake up at 4 and study. How hard they will plan, how they can stay up late in the night because their inbuilt body clock, generally genes regulating sleep, the period gene, the demand, number of genes are there. So they are primed in a way through birth, since you are born with a fixed prototype. It could be the morning time, the evening time, or the intermediate time, like the lark time, the owl time, or the intermediate. 70% of us are in the intermediate, some are in the owl, some are in the lark, but that never changes. That preference never changes. So you can voluntarily change your sleep work, but inbuilt genotype is fixed and chronotype is fixed, and that is genetic.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
I agree. There are some people who never know कि 4 बजे का टाइम होता है, चाहे वो सुबह सोने का, चाहे वो सुबह। They don't know कि 4 बजे का टाइम है। Very nice and very good talk, I think, and they don't put it.
Thank you, ma'am, for the fascinating insights into the sleeping brain. I would now like to request our respected chairpersons, Dr. R.R. Singh sir and Dr. Anuj Maheshwari sir, to kindly present Shraddha ma'am with a symbol of our deep reverence and gratitude. I request our respected principal, Professor Sudhir Kumar sir, to kindly honor our chairperson, Dr. R.R. Singh. I request our respected principal sir to kindly honor our chairperson, Dr. Anuj Maheshwari sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Nandita Prabhat ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Nandita Prabhat ma'am, Assistant Professor Neurology, Department of General Medicine at KIMS Varanasi. Today she will be speaking on parasomnias, clinical spectrum and diagnostic features. I request you to kindly raise the stage ma'am. And to chair this session, I would like to kindly invite respectable principal in Varanasi and also organizing chairman of BLITZ 2023, Professor Dr. Sudhir Kumar sir and Dr. Utkarsh Bansal sir, Head of Department of Pediatrics at KIMS Varanasi.
So further to introduce Dr. Nandita, she is the associate professor, going to be associate professor very soon. In the Department of General Medicine. Dr. Nandita has done 30 years MD in neurology for a very capacity institution. The area of interest and expertise are stroke, epilepsy, dementia, and neuro-ophthalmology. She has more than 10 years of professional teaching experience and she did DM from the PJ Chandigarh Capacity Institution of AIMS Valley. She has been there as a post-DM resident in KGM also. And she got a numerous publication in international relations journal. She was speaking on somewhere very important clinical condition which you find out. And the fact is we are also concerned with all kinds of disorders like the weird and so on. So I request Dr. Nandita to carry this on.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. So I thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to speak on this topic, parasomnias, the clinical spectrum and diagnostic features. So though this is a less well read and less discussed topic, but it is very important for clinical practice, I am trying to keep it simple and very simple and short. So let's begin with the lecture. So I have covered the following headings. First, a few slides about sleep architecture and stages. Then defining parasomnias, the pathophysiology of parasomnias, classification, salient features and management of parasomnias. So a few slides about the sleep architecture. So as has been already told earlier, sleep is divided into two independent states, the non-REM sleep and the REM sleep. In the non-REM sleep, physiological functions are lower than in wakefulness and it is further divided into three stages, the N1, N2 and N3 sleep. N1 and N2, they form the light sleep, N3 is the deep sleep, and then we have the REM sleep or rapid movement sleep, where the physiological activity levels, they are similar to those in wakefulness and it is a state of vivid dreaming. So these are the EEG characteristics in various sleep stages. All of you should know this for interpreting the polysomnography. So, as you can see, this is a wakefulness state. It is characterized by alpha waves. Alpha waves have a frequency of around 8 to 13 Hz and they represent wakefulness. Then the stage 1 or the N1 part of non-REM sleep, this is characterized by theta waves. Theta waves are a bit slower frequency than alpha waves, around 4 to 7 Hz. So you can see these theta waves in N1 stage of sleep. N2 stage of sleep is characterized by the presence of sleep spindles and K complexes. The baseline is formed by the beta waves and some delta waves have started to emerge in the N2 sleep. Then coming to the N3 or the deep sleep, here you can see these high amplitude delta waves, frequency of less than 4 Hz. So this is also called as slow wave sleep or the deep sleep. Then we have the REM or dreaming sleep. This is actually cut off from here. This has a mixed frequency waves and this is characterized by vivid dreaming. So now these sleep stages, they have already been told by Shweta ma'am. So as you can see here, as we go deeper into the sleep, the duration of REM sleep, it increases and the duration of slow wave sleep, it decreases as we go into the later parts of the night. Now coming to what are parasomnias. So parasomnias are abnormal movements or behaviors that occur in sleep or during arousal from sleep. They may be intermittent or episodic and sleep architecture may not be disturbed in this. Before going into the details, we should know these three basic states, the wakefulness, non-REM sleep and the REM sleep. So during wakefulness, both the body and brain are active. During non-REM sleep, both the body and brain are much less active. And during REM sleep, the brain is active, but there is skeletal muscle atonia. So it pairs an atonic body with an active brain. So why do parasomnias occur? Because of overlap of one of these basic sleep-wake states into the other. So one of these three states is overlapping into the other, which is leading to parasomnias. Now coming to pathophysiology. So I told you the three states. So transition from one sleep stage to another, this is not a quick switch, but it is a slow process. It involves reorganization and transition of various neural centers. So there is this one concept of central pattern generators. As you can see in this diagram, these yellow areas, these are the central pattern generators. These are certain neurons which are located in the brainstem and the spinal cord. So when in the brainstem, These neurons are capable of producing motor movements of breathing, chewing, swallowing, and eye movements. And in the spinal cord, these neurons can cause locomotion. So one peculiar thing about these central pattern generators is they can produce rhythmic motor movements even in the absence of inputs from the brain. So even though you are sleeping, there is no input from the brain, but still these pattern generators, these can cause these motor movements. So emerging behaviors because of these pattern generators can cause both epilepsies as well as parasomnia during sleep. So again, as I told you earlier, these central pattern generators, they are located in the brainstem and spinal cord, and they can cause various motor movements, involuntary motor movements like over-elementary automatisms, bruxism, biting, ambulatory behaviors ranging from sleepwalking to periodic head movements in sleep. Also, sleep events associated with fear like sleep terrors, nightmares, and violent behaviors. So again, just to re-emphasize, deafferentation or disconnection of these central pattern generators in the spinal and at supraspinal levels from sleep centers in the brain results in parasomnia. So this is again a model for the pathogenesis of parasomnias. So there is also a genetic predisposition for developing parasomnias. Patients whose relatives have HLA positivity for DQ-T1 gene has been found to be a predisposing factor for parasomnias. Also, positive family history in first degree relatives can lead to parasomnias. Then, any causes which cause disruption or interruption of the non-REM sleep can act as precipitating factors for parasomnias like sleep disorder, breathings, periodic limb movement disorders, external noises. All these can cause interruption of sleep and precipitate the parasomnias. Similarly, other primary factors include medications like tricyclic antidepressants, tranquilizers that are given for sleep, alcohol intake prior to the sleep, sleep deprivation, fever, stress. All these can act as primary factors for parasomnias. So now coming to classification. So the classification is very simple. Mainly they are classified on the basis of the timing of sleep during which they happen. So we have disorders arising from the non-REM sleep. These include confusional arousals, sleepwalking, and sleep terrors. Then disorders arising from the REM sleep. These include RBDs or REM sleep behavioral disorders, recurrent isolated sleep paralysis, and nightmare disorders. And then we have other parasomnias. These do not have any predilection for REM sleep or non-REM sleep. They can occur in any part of the sleep. So these include sleep enurescence, sleep-related growing, sleep-related eating disorders, exploding head syndrome, sleep-related hallucinations, and many dissociative disorders during sleep. So let us see these one by one. So first of all, we'll start from non-REM sleep parasomnias. So let us see what is confusional arousals. This is the mildest form of parasomnias, and it is commonly seen in young children. The child will typically partially awaken and sit up. Episodes are marked by confusion, but then the child lies back and resumes the sleep. In adults, the causes can include, as I told you earlier, sleep deprivation, fever, infections, medicines like hypnotics, antidepressants, tranquilizers, sleep disorder, breathing, and periodic limb movements of sleep. So now let us see this video. So let us see what happens in this video. You can see this lady is sleeping and she is getting up and again going back to sleep. Just moving a bit and then going back to sleep. This is a confusional arousal. Then you see this man, he is sleeping peacefully. Then suddenly he wakes up, looks about his surroundings, moves his arms, seeming confused, and then he again goes back to sleep. So this is a typical confusional arousal. There is no terror, it's just a confusional arousal. Again you see the next video of the same man. Can you switch off the lights, please? It has paused. So again, this is the next confusional arousal episode. Again, you can see he sits up, seems confused, looks about here and there, and then again goes back to sleep. So these are all confusional arousals. Now coming to the treatment part. So these are generally harmless and they don't require any treatment. We have to treat the underlying conditions like sleep apnea or medicines that we are given, we have to withdraw them. Reassurance and improvement of sleep hygiene. These are the treatment measures for confusional arousals. Now next is sleepwalking. So what is sleepwalking? It is also called as somnambulism. Here what happens, an individual arises from bed and ambulates but without full awakening. Individuals can engage in a variety of complex behaviors like sitting up, attempting to walk, and they can conduct semi-purposeful actions also. They can successfully interact with the environment, they can avoid tripping over objects, they can climb the stairs and move from one floor to the other, they can step out of the doors, and sometimes errors can also occur and it can lead to injuries. Like they can step out of a window and fall, or they can walk into the roads and commit accidents. And so violence have also been committed unknowingly during sleepwalking episodes. So sometimes they may also act violently, they may think they are being attacked and they react violently also. It is very common in children around 4 to 8 years of age and usually disappears by adolescence. Familial pattern, as I told you, actually DQ1B gene. This is seen in adults. It can occur with positive family history also. And the precipitates include sleep apnea, RAS or SSA syndrome, medications like disorderly agonists, antidepressants like amitriptyline, paroxetine, mirtazapine, antipsychotics like olanzapine, quetiapine, and antihypertensives like propranolol, metoprolol, montelukast, and topiramate. All these medications can predispose to sleepwalking. Now let us see a video of a patient with sleepwalking. So you can see this individual is sleeping peacefully. Then he starts having facial movements, neck movements. He wakes up, sits up, and then he will step down and he will start to walk. So this is a typical episode of sleepwalking. The patient is asleep. He is not in a state of complete wakefulness. So this is an episode of sleepwalking. So now coming to the treatment part, the most important treatment measure is preventive measures, so that these individuals, they do not injure themselves or harm themselves or their surroundings. So we should try to lock the doors and windows so that they cannot step outside. We can place an alarm or bell on the bedroom floor so that as soon as the individual steps down, the alarm raises and we can come to know that yes, he is sleepwalking. Then the next is sleep on ground floor. Don't make them sleep on the first or second floor so that the chances of climbing stairs are reduced. And clear bedroom of things that might cause trip and fall. These are the preventive measures. Then we have behavioral therapies like relaxation techniques, where patients can perform yoga, meditation, or breathing exercises prior going to sleep, which can relax their mind. Second is the mental imagery. Here we can ask the patients to lie comfortably on bed before sleeping and imagine themselves to be in calm surroundings. Like we can ask them to imagine themselves to be in a forest or on a beach, so that they can relax their mind and go to sleep. Then the third technique is this anticipatory awakenings. So here what is done is, suppose there is a male patient who arises at around 3 a.m. and starts sleepwalking. So we can wake him up around 25 to 30 minutes prior to that expected sleepwalking episode. So we can wake him up around 2:30 a.m. and we can keep him awake throughout the period he is expected to have that sleepwalking, and then again we can ask him to go back to sleep. So this is a little cumbersome. So we try to follow the above two behavioral therapies, and the last measure is this anticipatory awakenings. Then coming to the pharmacotherapy part. So medications are required if the sleepwalker is at risk of injury, causes significant family disruption or excessive daytime sleepiness, and the medications that are preferred are benzodiazepines such as clonazepam or the SSRIs like paroxetine. Then the third non-REM sleep parasomnia is a sleep terror or tabor nocturnus. So what happens in this? The peak age of onset is in children only, around 5 to 7 years, and there is a high incidence of family history. It tends to result spontaneously during adolescence. It may persist in 4% of the adults. Psychopathology is a very important factor in adults with sleep terrors. There is a sudden arousal associated with a piercing scream or cry. The patient can act in an afraid manner, and inconsolability is a striking feature. So strong component of sympathetic activation is there. There is tachycardia, tachypnea associated with the arousal episode. Flush, steam and mydriasis may be present, and this is a typical distinguishing factor. Along with arousal, there will be terror and there will be sympathetic activation. Then there will be motor activity like running around in circles, or they may even run outside in panic. Sleep errors typically last around 30 seconds to 5 minutes, and most patients they are amazing to this even in the morning. This is also a distinguishing factor. So you have arousal, there may be motor activity, there is sympathetic activation, and amnesia in the body. These are the main characteristic features. So let us look at a video of sleep error. So here what you see, this child is sleeping peacefully. Then you see suddenly rises up, and he has to put these EEG electrodes for polysomnography. He's getting afraid of them, and he's trying to throw them away. So this is a typical terror episode. Altered perception of the surroundings. He's trying to pull away those wires in terror. So after this, now let's discuss about the parasomnias associated with REM sleep. So among these, the most common one is the RBD or Rapid Eye Movement Behavior Disorder. So here there are two important things to remember. First of all, in REM sleep, as I told you earlier, there is skeletal muscle atonia during REM sleep. In RBD, that muscle atonia is lost. So person is dreaming and also enacting that during his dreams. So there is dream-enactment behavior associated with loss of atonia during REM sleep. The prevalence is 5 to 13% in adult persons more than 60 years, and this may be serious harm to the individual themselves and their sleeping partners. So, as you all know, it is most commonly seen in neurodegenerative alpha-synucleinopathies like Parkinson's disease, dementia with Lewy bodies, and multiple system atrophy. And the symptoms of RBD, they may precede these neurodegenerative disorders by decades. So, they may be the only initial presentation of a neurodegenerative disorder. So, it is very important to recognize this by a careful history, and we should assess the patients accordingly if RBD is present. So, this is a representation of this dream enactment behavior. You can see here, this patient is dreaming of cutting a watermelon and he is enacting the same during sleep. Now coming to the pathophysiology. So, in the pathophysiology, the part is played by this pedunculopontine nucleus. This is the nucleus which is located in the pons. As you can see here, this is the pedunculopontine nucleus. This via the medullary reticular formation has an inhibitory effect on the spinal cord and also on the spinal motor neuron. So basically there is inhibition of the spinal motor neuron, because of which normally we find muscle atonia in REM sleep. Now what happens in RBD, this inhibition of spinal motor neuron is lost. So because of this lost inhibition, we find increase in muscle tone, increase in muscle activity and the dream enactment behaviors. So if you see the EMG, normally during REM sleep there is no activity. But in RBD, this muscle bursts are there because of increase in the muscle activity. So etiology, as I told you, most common causes the neurodegenerative synucleinopathies like Lewy body dementia, Parkinson's disease, and MSA. Then it can be drug-induced also from the antidepressant like fluoxetine, TCS like amitriptyline, nortriptyline, and ethanol. Then secondary RBD is also seen in conditions like traumatic brain injury, post-traumatic stress disorders, and epilepsy. Diagnosis, it is by characteristic clinical history of dream enactment behavior, and on polysomnography there is evidence of REM sleep without atonia. That means excessive transient muscle activity in the REM sleep. So let's see a video of RBD. So this is a compilation of 2-3 patients. So here you can see this patient is sleeping, and what he is doing, he is trying to beat. He is seeing a dream and he is enacting the same thing. Getting boiling during the dreams, this is a characteristic of REM behavioral disorder. Again, this is the other patient. This video is not very clear, it is a little blurred, but you can see he is taking and he is trying to beat also. Dream enactment. Again, you can see this video. Here, this patient is sleeping and then suddenly he starts kicking and takes a turn and starts beating. So this can injure the patient as well as his relatives. So coming to the treatment part, so melatonin is the most preferred pharmacological treatment in doses of 3 to 12 milligram HS. Then the next preferred is benzodiazepines, especially the clonazepam. Recommended initial dose is 0.25 milligram 30 minutes before bedtime, and it can be gradually increased to as high as 4 milligrams. Other benzodiazepines like alprazolam and zolpidem can be used. Then the second line therapies include treating the underlying disorder. Like in cases of Parkinson's disease, we can give dopaminergic agents like L-Dopa, pramipexole. In cases of Lewy body dementia, we can give acetylcholinesterase inhibitors like donepezil and rivastigmine. And also anti-epileptics have been tried as second-line therapies in these patients, especially carbamazepine and levetiracetam. So now the second REM sleep parasomnia is nightmares. So what happens in nightmares? It presents as vivid and prolonged dreams that tend to become progressively more intense, complex, and anxiety-provoking, and they eventually terminate in arousal and vivid recall. So this can be confused with night terror. So how do we differentiate night terrors from nightmares? So one important thing is that this occurs in REM sleep, and REM sleep is a dreaming state. So patient will wake up and he can remember the dream. So here patients typically remember the dream, unlike night terror. The second differentiating factor is that REM sleep has atonia. So here body movements are not there. Unlike in sleep terror, where we have seen the video, the patient was getting up and he was trying to remove the virus. So that was motor activity. That motor activity is not seen in nightmares. Then autonomic manifestations, as I had told you earlier, in night terrors, there are autonomic manifestations like sweating, flushing, all that is seen. It is not seen in nightmares. So autonomic manifestations are there. Patients can typically remember the dream, and also body movements are there. These are the three characteristic features of nightmares. And they may happen because of certain withdrawal of REM sleep suppressant drugs like TCAs and SSRIs, and a side effect of anti-Parkinsonian drugs also. Now, another parasomnia is sleep paralysis. So, what is sleep paralysis? I think all of us would have experienced it sometime or the other. Whenever we are sleep deprived or whenever we have any exertion, sometimes we wake up in the morning and we are not able to move. So, this is a typical sleep paralysis. You are into a state of wakefulness, but the REM sleep atonia is extending into the wakefulness and you are unable to move your body. This lasts for a few seconds and then it resolves on its own. So, sleep paralysis is characterized by extension of REM sleep related muscle atonia into wakefulness. Most of the cases are isolated and sporadic. Sometimes it can be associated with breathing difficulties and also hallucinatory experiences. Triggers include sleep deprivation and comorbid sleep apnea, and the mainstay of treatment is sleep hygiene. Then coming to other parasomnias, we go through in very short. So one parasomnia is sleep enuresis is very commonly seen in children. It is characterized by recurrent involuntary wording during sleep for at least a period of 3 months. So it is further categorized into primary and secondary sleep enuresis. So primary sleep enuresis is continuation of bedwetting since infancy. So parents will come to you and say that child has never stopped bedwetting since infancy. It is continuing from infancy to childhood. So this is a primary sleep enuresis. And in secondary sleep enuresis, the patient was consistently dry for at least 6 months before and again began bedwetting later. Causes usually include large nocturnal urine volume production, nocturnal overactivity, and difficulty in arousing from sleep. So, what are the treatment options? The treatment options include desmopressin and oxybutylin, and mainstay is behavioral and motivational therapy, both to the parents as well as to the children. Then we have sleep-related hallucinations, where patients can see visual images on awakening from the sleep, and this usually disappears as soon as you turn on the lights. This doesn't require any treatment. You have to treat the underlying cause. Then we have exploding head syndrome, where a loud noise or a sense of violent explosion in the head occurs during a nocturnal awakening. So as soon as the patient wakes up in the sleep, he feels a loud banging noise in the head. This disappears on its own, and no more neurological consequences have been seen. But because it is a very threatening experience, so patients can have insomnia even after a single episode. Reassurance and education is the mainstay. Pharmacotherapy is not required for this. Then we have sleep-related groaning or catathenia. This has already been discussed. There are frequent loud groans during sleep. It can occur in any sleep stage. And no pharmacotherapy is required. Then we have sleep-related eating disorder. Here, when a person wakes up from sleep, he is not able to fall back asleep without eating something. It is very common in infants and children, but in adults, this may become obsessional and it may also cause weight gain. Treatment options include benzodiazepines and topiramate, which is also used in eating disorder. So this is a video of a woman who has sleep eating episodes. So you can see, this is very dark actually. So here she is getting up from the sleep and she is eating something and then again going back to sleep. So this is a typical sleep eating disorder. Then we have restless leg syndrome. This is an irresistible urge to move the legs when at rest or while trying to fall asleep. So you can see here, this patient is moving continuously the legs. This is irresistible urge to move the legs. Because of this, patients are not able to fall asleep only. They keep on moving around, or they keep on moving the legs, they keep on walking around, they are not able to fall asleep. So this results in profound insomnia. The causes include uremia, iron folic acid deficiency, anemia, and neuropathies. It has also been reported in fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis, diabetes, thyroid diseases, and COPD. Coming to the treatment part, the mainstay of treatment is dopaminergic agonists like pramipexole and propranolol. They are FDA approved and they are the drugs of choice. Other agents like dopamine precursors, benzodiazepines, and gabapentin can be used. And non-pharmacological measures include massaging the legs, taking hot baths before going to sleep, and engaging in moderate exercises before going to sleep. Then we have the CIMD, periodic limb movement disorder. So let us see this video of periodic limb movement disorder. This is actually called as nocturnal myoclonus. So you can see these jerky movements. These are actually flexion, dorsiflexion of the ankle joint, you can see here, and flexion at the knee and the hip joint. These are certain jerky movements lasting for a fraction of a second. And these also have causes like iron deficiency anemia, folic acid deficiency anemia, and anemia. So usually correction of the underlying causes leads to resolution of these. These do not require any specific treatment. Then at the end, I would like to speak about impactful sleep hygiene practices that should be followed so that you can reduce the risk of having these parasomnias. So we should establish nighttime routine, get up and go to sleep at the same time, create a healthy sleep environment, turn off electronics at least an hour before the bed, avoid large fatty meals prior to sleeping, reduce stress, exercise, limit caffeine, and most importantly, avoid smoking and drinking before going to sleep. So the take-home message from today's talk: sleep disorders and parasomnias, they significantly alter an individual's health, mood, quality of life, and cognitive ability. They may be primary or secondary to medical, neurological, or psychiatric conditions. With appropriate treatment, most of the parasomnias can be effectively managed. A good night of sleep is as important to health as nutrition and exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. It was a very nicely articulated talk on parasomnias. And as I understand, most of the parasomnias are more common in children. And because of that, as our first speaker, Dr. AC, was saying that two people don't sleep properly if one is having disorder, but in pediatric age group, whole of the family becomes a part and everyone loses sleep. And the child wakes up very happy because most of them will occur in the non-REM part. Secondly, we have to differentiate these things from epileptic events because many times it is confused with pediatric age group, especially sleep, the walking part, and the benign movements which occur in the myoclonus parts. So that has to be taken care properly, history should be taken properly, and as you have very well told that these events will limit for some time, they occur at specific time of the day, specific time of the night. So these will help us to differentiate that these are not epileptic events, and we can allay the anxiety of parents. And obviously, many pharmacological therapies will not help, so we have to be on pharmacological inducing good sleep hygiene. That is the main strategy. Anything you will like to add to it? Because we see a lot of sleep aneurysms also.
Yes.
So that is one thing which is very difficult to manage. And
mainly, we have to make the patient as well as his parents guilt-free. That is the most important thing that I think we should follow.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience?
So it is a combined approach, like RLS, PLMD, these are mainly neurological topics. I think it is a combined approach, sir.
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you a question. Since most of these parasomnias, like Sir rightly said, are usually happen during childhood, I'd like to ask a general question. Which, at a certain age, the children are being, or parents are being advised to take the children sleep in a different room. Since Sir is here, and I wanted to just know that what would be the, because there are so many things like sleep stress, sleep terrors, and sleepwalking, which are happening during, like you said, mostly commonly during the age of 5 to 8. So is it advisable and at what age should it be practiced?
No, actually, making a child sleep in a different room is not a solution. We have to follow sleep hygiene, that is the main thing. And I think when a child sleeps with his parents, he's more relaxed. And getting a relaxed sleep is more important. So that should be like depending on the child, if he's ready to sleep alone, then you can make him sleep alone. But as a therapeutic model, following it is not advisable.
I would like to add a point. Actually, the Indian practice, in our practice, we do not keep children in different rooms. So that is a Western practice, and that is why they may be missing it and they are putting a lot of alarms and everything. We are always keeping our children in between us. So usually we act as a protective environment for them also. So almost every child sleepwalks at one or some time of their life. So the parents are always there to catch them, and usually we do not find them complaining about this because this is a very common thing. All children do all these type of activities. Parasomnias are very common, but they don't bring this us to the OPDs because they feel that this is physiologically, people know it because they see it. And maybe in the Western world, when the child falls, then they know, and then they will come in to a doctor.
So as a pediatrician, would you advise putting the children to a separate room to sleep?
I would advise.
Till what time?
In fact, it may be biological organism, maybe before medical research also. But the very fact, this is very dramatic and kind of anxiety and concern parents or partner. Certain positive factors may be very important. Usually it could be very important. The response of the family, response of the spouse, the partner also, and the communication, what they have seen, what they prefer, whatever consequences it could be, have a psychological rating for the person. All initially may be medical, biological, behavior, but really assisted with treatment is not given properly, a psychological way of check, and at times it becomes so difficult to deal with the only family, the only member of the family. Video recording is very important because that actually make you feel what is the real problem. So you can create very kind of fear and anxiety in individual and you can disappear diagnosis. Finally, thank you so much, Dr. Nandita. You have been a very lucid and very comprehensive presentation. Video very good and this audience knows very well. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an intriguing session on parasomnias. I would like to request our respective chairpersons, Professor Sunil Kumar sir and Dr. Utkarsh Bansal sir, to hand over the mementos to Dr. Nandita Prabhat ma'am as a symbol of our deep reverence and gratitude. I request Dr. Sunita Tiwari ma'am to kindly honor our chairperson, Professor Sunil Kumar sir. I request Dr. R.R. Singh sir to kindly honor our chairperson, Dr. Utkarsh Bansal. We also have some more questions from the audience for Nandita ma'am.
And our sleep, they all are interlinked and psychological stress. That's why also mental mobility. They have relaxation technique, their meditation, their sleep hygiene there, and usually activity. They all are technical. So maybe because of the students there, so Dr. Sharma will be able to incorporate the academic part in that. But in future, I hope they will have a joint venture in this regard.
Actually, it is a joint venture only, sir. Pediatricians have a role to play, psychologists have a role to play, neurologists have a role to play. Every specialty has a role to play, and I also agree with you. It is a multi-specialty class. Thank you, sir.
And people who fall or one doing deep sleep. So what is the pathophysiology behind it? Because they are not conscious of what they are saying.
Yeah, sleep talking is also a type of parasomnia actually. But as I told you, there are central pattern generators. I had discussed on one slide in the image. There are central pattern generators in the brainstem. So they are responsible for swallowing, eating, every motor activity. So any time input from brain is lost, they can generate activities on their own. So only these central pattern generators acting aberrantly can cause any of these parasomnias. So they only are responsible for the sleepwalking also and sleep talking also.
Thank you, ma'am. It is an honor today to have amongst us Dr. Hemant Kumar, Associate Professor of Respiratory Medicine at Ram Manohar Lohiya Institute, Medical Sciences, Lucknow. I request respected Principal Sir and Organizing Chairman of Blinks to kindly greet Sir with a token of our gratitude. I request respected Principal Sir and Organizing Chairman, Professor Sudhir Kumar Sir, to kindly greet Dr. Hemant Kumar with a token of our gratitude. Our next speaker is Mr. Pankaj Arora. He shall be discussing the cryptic subject of polysomnography and beyond, the horizons of sleep diagnostics. And to chair this session, I would like to kindly invite Dr. Anamika Singh ma'am, Additional Professor in the Department of Physiology, Uttar Pradesh University of Medical Sciences, Saifai.
The last session of today's evening, Mr. Pankaj Arora, he he is having qualification with, he is RPS QP certified sleep health. Creative sleep match executive MBA from Bangalore. And he is the country manager India certified Sopromedics DPLP, the company to multiple industries of police. His area of fitness and expertise is sleep disorder and sleep diagnostic. He has 11-year experience in sleep prediction, and he is an integral part of ISSR and he is critical sleep research team and conducting various sleep workshop alongside other ISSR practitioners. And he has trained many sleep professionals across India. He is a co-author of the book RPS GT Work and Understanding. Now over to your question.
I thank you very much. Thank you for your kind introduction, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's always good to have a last. It's always advantageous and disadvantage to be a last speaker. Advantage is that you know what people have spoken already, you can build on it. The disadvantage is that you can't change the slides. and second disadvantage is that once you have a previous speaker who are good writers, you need to be in that tempo. So I am trying to do that. So police sonography is beyond. Version of sleep diagnostic has been given by Dr. Shweta Kumi. This topic is actually very close to my heart, and I will try to justify this. So what I will do is in this 20-30 minutes is I will talk about polysomnography diagnostic levels. I will not go into details of fundamentals because we will have a workshop which will show you practical. So polysomnography diagnostic levels, I will show you indications and contraindications of these diagnostic levels. Then I will tell beyond diagnostic polysomnography. So polysomnography diagnostic levels. Polysomnography. What do you mean polysomnography? Polys, multiple, somno is sleep and graph is graphs. So once you see the different graphs with sleep and respiratory, it is called as polysomnography. So this is divided into 4 categories. That is American Academy of Sleep Medicine has defined this polysomnography into 4 categories. So level 4 device is basic device, which is a pulse oximeter flow made by effort. It is called as polygraph. Level 3 is pulse oximeter flow, which will have both thermostat pressure transducer or can be by efforts 1 or 2, body position as well as ECG, and sometimes it is called as cardiorespiratory screener. So why we are doing this? What is our goal? So basically what we are looking at obstructive sleep apnea as well as central sleep apnea. So obstructive sleep apnea can be actually done by level 4 or level 3 devices, but for other sleep disorders, we need to have a level 2 device which will have sensors of all level 3 and level 2 plus EEG sensors where we can see the different sleep stages which we were missing in level 4 and level 3 device. So level 1 is again will have all the sensors which level 2 has, but this level 1 polysomnography will be done in the hospital. Somebody will be attending this, some sleep technologist will be attending this with the video, and it is a gold standard. So again, coming to this definitions, the difference between polygraphy and polysomnography is you can see this. When you see this airflow, SQ2 respiratory efforts, body position snoring will be called as polygraphy. Once you add this EEG, UEG, and GMB sensors will become polysomnography. And ECG and LENG come in between. So what are the indications of different levels? Why we should choose level 3, why should we choose level 2 and level 1? We will see in the subsequent slides. So indications of portable monitoring or level 3 or level 4 device, as Dr. A.K. also spoke on it. Once we have high pretest probability of having moderate to severe OSA or uncomplicated OSA, how do we see this? Like Dr. Sweta spoke, once the patient is obese, neck circumference is more than 17 inches or more than 42 or 43 centimeters, and in females it's more than 16 inches, then we can think of, and he has a crowded upper airway, then we can think of that he can be having an obstructive sleep apnea, but mind it, he should not have comorbid disorders. And other important thing is that you need to review of the raw data because you do not know whether the PMS or level 3 or level 4 devices giving you correct AHI or not. So coming to level 3 is a device where you can also have both efforts plus an ECG. which was missing in level 4. So level 3 will have an ECG, so it's called as a cardiorespiratory screener. It is again also used when the high test probability of OSA. It can be used for after surgical or dental treatment of OSA, pre-operative or planned surgery for snoring or OSA, after surgery for OSA, but again manual snoring is very, very important in this particular case. So coming to level 2 is an acceptable to level 1 when there is no sleep technologist. He cannot go to the hospital, patient cannot go to the hospital. Then the only thing is that we need to do level 2. Otherwise, we should look for level 1 polysomnography. The contraindications obviously is there is no, when there is a severe lung disorders, neuromuscular disorders, congestive heart failures, obstructive, then you have central sleep apnea, periodic movement disorders, narcolepsy, cataplexy, then you should look for only level 1 device and not level 2 to level 4 device. That's a take home. So what is ASM recommendation for level 1 polysomnography? It says that you have to have all EEG channels, frontal, central, and occipital channels to have different sleep stages. You have 2 EOG channels, 2 EOG channels, LEN-EMG, 1 ECG, SpO2, respiratory channels, both nasal canal and transcription, both apneas and hypopneas, both prepare to have central apnea, snoring sounds, and obviously it has to have a video wave, which is very important, which will go into subsequent slides. So now I'll show you 4 or 5 cases. Actually, I will put 2-3 cases because we have less time, I guess. So there is a case of a 42-year-old man driver to sleep regularly with a long history of snoring, fitness, apnea, and daytime sleepiness. Body mass index is 31 kg per meter square. So he's severe, he's obese, very crowded upper airway, and that circumference of 17 inches. He does not have any comorbidity except pre-hypertension. Which of the following what to do next? You will do a PhD level 1, level 2 study, refer to the OA or upper airway study to treat, or level 3 study. What will you do? Any answers? So as Dr. Suryakant also said, he has a crowded upper airway. His BMI is 31 kg, so he is clearly obese. He has no comorbidities except pre-hypertension. So his systolic is less than 140. So what we should do? We should level 3 study. So it's a clear-cut obstructive sleep apnea case. Now coming to, actually, let's go to case 3 directly. So this is again a 55-year-old man who was recently diagnosed with congestive heart failure. He has been treated with beta blocker and other medication, but continues to have nocturnal dyspnea and treated diabetes. His reports while snoring, that is unchanged. On physical examination, he has minimal upper airway crowding. Minimal upper airway crowding, please notice. Which of the following will you recommend? Level 4 study, level 1 study, level 2 study, or level 3 study? Any answers? So it's a CHS. So it means it's a comorbid case. We should look for level 1 PhD and not level 3 or level 2 or level 4. Again, it's a 40-year-old woman has complaints of poor sleep and frequent nocturnal arousals. Her husband says she picks her leg at night. While snoring and no weakness apnea are reported. The patient denies symptoms of RS. She doesn't have RS. Which of the following is recommended? Level 1 PhD, unattended type PM study, sleep diet for 2 weeks of treatment effective. What will you do? Any answers? Yes, we will do level 1 study. Because we do not know that the patient is having obstructive sleep apnea, and because of this obstructive sleep apnea, his leg movements are happening. So now, what we discuss? We have discussed level 1 to level 4 studies and polysomnography and beyond. So before we move to polysomnography and beyond, we need to look at what International Classification of Sleep Disorders says. It says insomnia disorders, circadian sleep disorders, sleep-related breathing disorders, central disorders, hypersomnolence, sleep-related movement disorders, parasomnia, and other disorders. So it is classified into 7 categories. So for each category, we need to look into it, which kind of polysomnography or which kind of device is required. So what is insomnia? Insomnia is a state where we are not able to sleep, or we are not able to maintain sleep. That is insomnia, which is happening for probably 3 months. So this is for insomnia. Obviously, what for insomnia, ASN doesn't recommend polysomnography. So what is needed then? We need to look into active actigraphy. And actigraphy is actually used for insomnia or circadian disorders. So what is actigraphy actually? So actigraphy is a small watch which you put on a non-dominating hand and repeat it for 7 days or 14 days or 21 days to see whether how the patient is behaving in the last 7 or 14 days. So what it will do is it is working on accelerometer principles. So for example, if I'm talking to you, my hand is not moving for a few minutes, it will take it as a sleep. If my hand is moving, it will take it as a day. So what will happen during the sleep? When I'm sleeping, my non-dominating hand will actually not move, so it will take it as a sleep. So it will take it as a sleep activity. It will give an estimation. It will give an estimation. So this is why, that is why it is put for 7 to 48 days. Now you can see this actigraphy is a normal patient. Can you see this is lot of activities happening during the day, but during the night the patient is actually slept and there is no movement. Again in the day this patient has waken up and lot of activity. Now actigraphy is also used for circadian rhythm disorders, which I told you, also apart from insomnia. So this is again advanced wave sleep disorder. Here you see the patient has moved towards left. This is the patient is sleeping at around 8 o'clock and getting up at 5 o'clock. So this is how this patient is active during this time. Similarly, if you go to late day sleep disorder, which is happening generally with the teenagers. So this basically what happen this will shift to the right, and the patient is sleeping early morning and getting in the afternoon or evening. Again sleeping late night. So this is where actigraphy will help. So now till date, what was happening? We were actually trying to diagnose insomnia with actigraphy because polysomnography is not recommended. So what will happen now? So because actigraphy is just a watch will be worn on the patient. For some people, not talking for you for an hour or so. This will take as a sleep, which is not correct actually. Which is actually not correct. So now there is a device which is called as home sleep test, which is actually insomnia screener, and this will work like a normal EEG because what we are interested in patient is sleep, how well patient is sleeping. So we are actually interested in sleeping, his sleep stages and not the activity. So what this insomnia screener will do, actually it will record the EEG, EOG and EMG activities with this simple sensor which is put on the patient's forehead and it will give you the correct stages which is given in the normal polysomnography. So this is, and you can put it for 5 days, 5 nights actually, and you can see the internight variability, how the patient slept for these 5 nights, and then you can conclude whether the patient is having insomnia or not. So this is how this report will look like, which is normal polysomnography report with the 3 sensors itself, which is you are putting on the forehead. So now, I told you what 2 disorders, one is insomnia and another is circadian disorders, but another disorders which is part of ICD-3 is SRBT, which somebody has spoken already. So now we have taken this average of more than 5 per hour of sleep without symptoms. Average greater than 5 per hour of sleep with symptoms, or more than 15 per hour of sleep without symptoms. Then it will be called as a case of obstructive sleep apnea, otherwise not. Or central apnea hypopnea index of more than 5 per hour, and number of central apneas is more than 50% of total number of apnea and hypopneas, or other sleep-related hypoxemia disorder or OHS case, that if we have diagnosed this, what we need to do then? We need to treat it. How you will treat it? Treat it through either full night titration setting, which somebody spoke about CPAP. Here what we will do is we will put the patient on a full night CPAP and see where someone practices and we will put it titration CPAP, full night CPAP or BiPAP, and what will happen? In the polysomnography, what we were doing is we were taking the apneas and hypopneas to thermistor as well as nasal cannula. So we need to remove the thermistor and nasal cannula, put the CPAP mask on the patient, and we will treat this apneas and hypopneas to CPAP, and accordingly we will increase the pressure so that his airway is, whatever airway was blocked should be open. So goal to optimal titration studies, obviously RDA, that is respiratory desaturation index, should be less than 5 per adults or less than 1 per pediatrics. Similarly, what will happen is split night study. So once, for example, what we are doing in full night titration study, we are putting the pressure for full night. But what is happening during split night study, we are putting the polysomnography half a night first, and then during half a night, we will put the pressure, CPAP pressure. The advantage is that that patient has to come only once in this hospital. But disadvantage is that first night that can be there. For example, when I came to Lucknow yesterday, I couldn't sleep yesterday night. I was in hotel, but changed bed, I couldn't sleep. So first night that can always be there. And the second disadvantage is because somebody spoke about obstructive sleep apnea. Obstructive sleep apnea generally comes in REM stage, and REM stage when comes in the early morning. So you are missing that part because you are trying to do titration after half a night. So you are missing that part. So you need, and third thing is you need to have a minimum 3 hours of titration period. So split night is only recommended when the patient doesn't have time. Otherwise, according to me, full night titration study is always recommended. Then the other disorder is central disorder of hypersomnolence, which is narcolepsy, cataplexy, idiopathic hypersomnia. Somebody asked a question actually on this, that what is in case of excessive heaviness in sleepiness, what should we do? So what we need to do is, there is a test actually, multiple sleep latency test, which is a daytime test and not a day test, not a night test. So what will happen in this case, it is a day test but to be preceded by full night PSG. So it has to be preceded by full night PSG. Sensors require EEG, EOGs and chilling MG. Because we are not interested in respiratory parameters here, we are not interested in objective apnea, we are interested in sleep. So we will put these sensors, we will put a 4 or 5 naps with a break of 2 hours, followed by a night PSG. So patient is given an opportunity to sleep in these naps. If he doesn't fall asleep within 20 minutes, we will wake him up. If he feels sleep within 20 minutes, we will put him for next 15 minutes to see the REM stages. So mean sleep latency, we get less than 8 minutes and 2 more sleep onset times. It's a confirmed case of narcolepsy or cataplexy. So, and if we get 1 REM stage during the nocturnal PSG, it can also replace at 1 of the MSLP stages. So this is okay. The other test somebody was talking, if we put this drivers or pilots for the sleep study, yes, we need to do. This is called as maintenance of wakeful test. This is actually meant for pilots or a bus drivers or truck drivers actually. So in this particular case, this is not required to be considered PSG, but also what we are trying to see, we are trying to see whether the patient can be awake during the daytime when the condition is not inclusive. So in this case, we put a patient on a recliner chair with a light tape and ask him to remain awake for 20 to 40 minutes. And this test is done for 4 times during a day after every 2 hours. If the patient falls asleep, then the test is terminated immediately. If the patient is falling asleep within these 20 minutes or 30 minutes, this test will not be conducted further. So this is again sleep-related movement disorder. So we spoke about this. If this is different than parasomnias. So again, for this SRND, we need to have a diagnostic PSG, which is PLMS, is more than 15 per hour for adults and more than 5 hours for adults will be case of PLMD. Again, we need to, so we spoke about parasomnias, and for parasomnias, basically you require external leads because the patient is moving. So we need to have more leads as compared to normal EEG leads which you can polysomnography. So here more leads are required because the patient will be moving. So we need to have maybe 25 lead channels, and video is monitored. Video monitoring is very, very important as Dr. Ananda has shown. The videos, in this case, videos are important. So again, if you conclude this, the sleep-related breathing disorders and sleep-related movement disorders we need for polysomnography or meditation. Parasomnia, segregated disorders, insomnia disorders, we need to have sleep diary, actigraphy and insomnia screener. Parasomnia and other behavioral disorders, we need to have polysomnography with extended EEG montage. And for central disorder of hyposomnolence, we need to have multiple sleep latency tests in PSG. So then again, there is one more test which is called as rested immobilization test, which is actually done by RS patients, that is restless immobilizations, which is a day test. Which if you get 40 PM during wake hour, it is confirmed as RS. And again, this is last test, drug-induced sleep endoscopy, which Dr. A.K. has shown actually. So this is again when the patient is not tolerate CPAP or BiPAP, we need to look into sleep endoscopy for an ENT surgery. So this is conclusion that we need to have for insomnia study with this rhythm disorders, we need to have an anti-ground insomnia screener. For SRD movement disorders, we need to have a diagnostic PSG. SRD, OHS cases, we need to have diagnostic PSG and time study can be done. For central disorder of hypersomnolence, we need to have NSAID or NWT. Parasomnolence, other neurological disorders, video is a must, and diagnostic PSG with EEG extended time is required. For RS, we need to have an SID test. And this is how the summary is again that if you have a clinical evaluation, OSA likely and uncomplicated, we can look for LFT or level 4 device. But generally, if you see, for most of the cases, we need to go back. That is level 1 polysomnography. So level 1 is a gold standard, but at hospital like this hospital, you should have a level 1 polysomnography. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Uncle. It was really nice information. And I want to ask a question. How can we differentiate narcolepsy and hypersomnia? Idiopathic hypersomnia.
Okay, good question. Narcolepsy, I was thinking somebody this question asked. So narcolepsy is a case of excessive treatment sleepiness, and where in narcolepsy, once you do an MSLT, you will get sore ends, 2 sore ends, which probably in the case you will not get sore ends. So that's how we differentiate. And for narcolepsy, MSLT is required, but for hypersomnolence, you need to have a 24-hour HGPHG, not an MSLT.
I have just one question. You talk about the technology and machine related to the measurement of different points. If you talk about the level 1 and PhD, so with the condition you will mention first side effect is there, because there are so much instruments of patient body. Sometimes patient has psychiatric like strawberries, anxiety of problems in new places. So is there any problem in your company? Company is planning to have such a machine like the scale you are talking about. You can measure everything so that patient you locate is so much of buyer. So they have a good night sleep, so have the study have a more accurate parameter rather than more artifact.
Right, sir, you have a very point. With so many sensors, patient will not able to sleep. I've seen in 11 years that patient. But what will happen to the patient who is having obstructive sleep apnea? When he comes to the lab and when we hook up the patient for 40-45 minutes, he starts dozing off itself. So it doesn't matter whether he has so many sensors on it. One. Second would be, yes, we as a company or an industry should work on wireless sensors actually. Because we are anyways working on wireless technology through which we are sending the data wireless communication to the computer, so there is no cable attached. But yes, you have a very point. If we have wireless sensors also, it can be a good thing. So we already have one wireless coming from leg movement to the main unit. This is wireless. So this is a dream. If EEG can be picked up through wireless, which is very difficult because we need to take the physiological signals, electrical signals.
Any question from your audience?
We had a workshop actually after lunch, so we will go into more details. If you have any questions, you can ask, and we can ask during the workshop also.
Okay. If we don't have any question, then we can close the session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your elaborate description of polysomnography. I would like to request our respected chairpersons, Dr. Anamika Singh ma'am and Dr. C. Khan sir, to hand over the mementos to Mr. Pankaj Arora as a symbol of our reverence and gratitude. I request our principal, Professor, I request Dr. R.R. Singh sir to kindly honor our chairperson, Dr. Anamika Singh ma'am. I request Dr. R.R. Singh sir to kindly honor our chairperson, Dr. Naseem Khan. Okay. It is an honor amongst us to have Dr. Sainath Pawar, medical practitioner from Homeside Children's Hospital, Kolhapur, Maharashtra. I request respected Principal Sir and Organizing Chairman of MITS 2023, Professor Sunil Kumar Sir, to kindly greet Dr. Sainath Pawar with a token of our gratitude. So we have had a wonderful and enlightening, so many wonderful and enlightening sessions, and you all gained a substantial perspective of many phases of sleep, its disorders and diagnostics. With this, we come to the end of the lecture sessions of today's CME. On behalf of the entire organizing team of MITS 2023, I express our gratitude to all of you for being a part of it and devoting your valuable time to our program. We take your leave with a firm belief that we shall meet again. All the faculty members and registered participants, please proceed towards the council hall on the ground floor for lunch, and this will be followed by the hands-on workshops for the registered participants, and in the lecture theatre 1 on ground floor. Okay. I request all the dignitaries of the dais to kindly come on stage for the program.
Yeah. पीपीटी जो है वो पेन ड्राइव पे सकते हो क्या?